Hello, hello, hello. Why am I not visible? Ah, there I am. But yes, hello everyone. We're going to be playing, we are picking up where we left off with Higurashi. I normally would do a streaming, a reading stream, but this is, other than the fact that there's background music and, always a pretty picture. This is basically reading, so, uh, on my part, so. And I do want to go through the different, because there's different, this is chapter 1. So, uh, I would like to get, like, make sure you do, like, get through some good chunk of um, the games that there are. There's, how many are there? There is, uh, there's a total of 8, well, technically 9. There's sort of like a bonus chapter. Yes, you would say would be the 9th, but, um, it's 8 chapters, so this one chapter is called, Onikakushi. Next one is called Watanagashi. I have, what does Onikakushi mean anyway? I should have thought about that. I'm curious now. Let's find out what does that mean. Hopefully, I'm sure Google will um give us a correct meaning. Okay, well it's surprising as considering that it's got Oni, but abducted by, it means abducted by demons or uh spirited away by the demon. So, um there we go. We now look that. We now know what that means. We'll go ahead and start though. Ah, I almost forgot to put the audio on the back. There we go. Getting nice cicada sounds. If you hate the sound of cicadas, I have some bad news. uh, yeah, we'll pick up where I left off. Okay. Just ended chapter 3. So we got new tips. Thing on the dam project, and then apparently the special tablet. Dam project. October 1975. In accordance with the Prime Minister's Bulletin number blank, Hinamizawa's electrical development master plan was announced. The vast scope of the projected Hinamizawa Dam will have a incredibly heavy impact on the village of Hinamizawa. The area oh, pardon me. The flooded area caused by the Hinamizawa Dam would include the 5 areas of Hinamizawa: Taketsudo, Iyotsu, Matsumoto, and Yagochi. The submerged area includes 291 houses. Dumb. Population 1,251. 1 elementary school. 1 middle school. 1 post office. 1 agricultural cooperative. 1 forestry department lumberyard. 5 shrines. I wonder if that lumberyard is location of where the current, because they had like the construction stuff, and they mentioned that they were like renting it out from the street department. Wonder if this 2 temples and 1 fishery. All of these communal agriculture areas and places of worship will be indefinitely submerged at the bottom of the artificial lake basin. That's quite a bit of a lot that would end up underwater. Forsaking the hundreds of years our ancestors poured their blood and sweat into this fertile resource-rich land is just too painful to bear. All the residents having homes that were created to be submerged banded together and created the Onikakushi Defense Alliance. The dam project was halted, and petitions to alter the plan were circulated. The citizens sought peaceful negotiations, but the government and its puppet company, Blank, openly refused. Performing unspeakable heinous acts, they quashed the democratic actions of the villagers. But the villagers did not falter. Instead, they banded together even more closely and steeled their resolve to protect their homes to the death. The continuation of that frightening Hinamizawa Dam construction project is still stalled as of today. The villagers understand that the stalling was caused by sublime power through unity. And they understand that this fearsome plan has not yet been fully withdrawn. The Onikakushi Defense Alliance had been dissolved after it did its part, but the feelings of unity it garnered have not yet been extinguished. As long as that passion resides in the hearts of the residents, they'll be able to confront whomever next decides to sink their homes into a lake basin. Onikakushi Defense Alliance Committee Chairman Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Special tabloid report. Nightmare befell the Hinamizawa Dam. Lynching and murder, dismemberment. In next month of blank day and blank prefecture at the Hinamizawa Dam construction worksite, Shishibone City, a bone-chillingly gruesome murder dismemberment. Even though this case has shocked the archipelago, the police will give no details on the case. Exactly what happened at the Hinamizawa Dam Probably didn't mean to kill him at first, but as the victim resisted by swinging around a shovel, the rest of the perpetrators armed themselves in return and quickly escalated to homicide. So said the aforementioned Investigator A. After this bloody tragedy was over, they were left with a body which nobody thought was alive. Exxon had tormented the suspects daily with his rough behavior. At first, it was meant to be payback. All the perpetrators were horrified by their deed. One even turned himself in to the police. It was the de facto leader of this group, X, who suggested hiding the body. Reluctantly at first, they soon began to think they did not wish to be caught. Construction site had numerous places to hide the body with 6 people. They were originally supposed to hide the body and leave the area, but the de facto leader feared that the consciences of the other 5 wouldn't be able to bear the burden. He came up with a horrifying method to keep them from turning him in to the police. He devised the heinous method of splitting up the body among them and making each of them responsible for hiding a piece. X had turned a simple manslaughter into a gruesome dismemberment, forcibly involved each perpetrator in order to create a sense of unity between them. Each one participated. What does this mean? Person A spoke out reluctantly. X had ordered each and every one of them to dissect a piece for themselves. They were hesitant at first, but nobody refused. In for a penny, in for a pound was what it meant. Thus, an unimaginable bloody ceremony began. The perpetrators wept and vomited as they performed the gruesome task. There was one person who stubbornly refused. X threatened them, saying nothing would change if someone else ended up dead. He gave up his objections. X planes collapsed in the span of one night. Blank, who had refused to dissect the corpse up until the last moment, had broken down into tears at the hospital where he was being treated for an injury sustained during the scuffle and confessed. The criminals were arrested one after the other. The de facto leader's Blank's whereabouts are still unknown. Also, the right arm hidden by Blank is yet to be found. Despite an ongoing search, this horrible individual has so far managed to elude law enforcement. What could the police be doing? It appears that Blank had said he was going to throw the body, right arm, into the marsh. Blank's car was discovered abandoned near the marsh. There were no clues to his whereabouts. Blank didn't trust his companions and cannot deny the possibility that he had led his companions to confess to the police and used his car as a decoy. Of course, I doubt that theory, since he has no car. One would expect him to have a limited area to which he could have escaped to. But within this station, there were rumors going around that he had accidentally slipped and drowned in the marsh when he went to throw away the body. The locals, that marsh is believed to be bottomless, known as Onikakushi, the ogre's abyss, and it's said that the bottom of the marsh is connected to the hellish world of the atrocious demon from hell that was. Could it be that he had returned to hell through the marsh? What the? The Zisha Dragon, bringer of luck and fortune. Prosperous future. Ladies leaping into your arms. Business success. Promotions. Oh, this game. Ambition. Protection from harm. Not just with pachinko and horse races, but business and even love. Guaranteed or your money back. Zijin Dragon Bracelet. DX, one piece. 27,800 yen. Headpiece. The sound effect right there. Oh my gosh. This game is wild. Okay, so we will now continue the game proper. The function of the school as an educational facility is very questionable. Our PE class is exceptionally disorganized. The only things we do together are the warm-ups at the start. The teacher isn't even there after that. All we do is play together. Yep. No helping it, everybody's a different age or gender. The only rule is that we have to stay on school grounds while exercising. All the little kids were gallivanting about. Dang kids. And they're gallivanting. And their hula hoops. Well, they certainly are being active. They might be getting plenty of exercise, but the Board of Education probably completely forgot about this school. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're all together now. What should we do for PE? All right. We've all of our members gathered now. Now then, class representative, what should we do for PE today? What shall we do? Mian harumped and crossed her arms, haughtily surveying the area. Explosive power and endurance. There are no friends in the world of sports. Everyone is a rival. The only thing you can trust in is your own body. The heck do you mean by that? You really read too much manga. I quipped without missing a beat. So, we'll be taking a lesson from history. The tried and true king of all outdoor melee events. Let's play tag. It's quite the adorable choice to make after playing it up so much. Just what I was hoping for. The dunderhead Keiichi-san shall be the first one to be it. I won't be beaten. I'll try my best too. You can't beat me. Why are you guys all so into it? Let's see what the original sprites look like. The third rule of our society: you must partake in the game, enjoying it without question. And this counts as a club activity? Everyone smirked at each other. They all seemed pretty confident. I'm a man. Physically, I should be able to keep up with any girls my own age. Regardless, Mian and Satoko looked like they were aiming for victory, and Reina was looking at me as if pitying my disadvantage. Fine, tag. I'm in! My yell across the school grounds. These were the rules. Anyone who was able to evade being tagged before the bell was a winner. When we didn't switch, who was it? The ones who were tagged by it also became it. The number of people who were it would increase exponentially. The endgame would become a hellish siege. They call the version you're playing here zombie tag, you see. See, anyone infected by a zombie turns into a zombie. Zombie, 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 eh, eh. Why'd you make it sound so scary, I wonder? And as I catch Rain, I'm gonna tear out her entrails while she's still alive. Gross. Keiichi-kun, that's gross. Rika-chan placed her hand on Reina's head as she panicked. Don't worry, or Keiichi gobbles you down. I'll eat you up gently. That isn't comforting at all. We'll switch back to the... oh, wait. Oh, but there we go. Both Mian and I nodded deeply. So the first it How do you decide who's the zombie? With rock, paper, scissors? Well, it's class time after all. Let's decide by answering questions. I'll ask the questions, and the one who isn't able to answer is the zombie. I have no idea which grade level they're coming from. What does the Japanese word roku mean? Huh? Bewildered by the sudden question, Mion repeated it. Need to answer. What's roku in English? It's 6. How about Kutsushita? Oh, we're learning Japanese, folks. Socks. What's the third last letter in the alphabet? It's X. What does seibetsu mean? Of course I know what that is. Taco cut herself off before finishing the answer. See, it's quite a lewd suggestion. You're an adult, aren't you? Of course you know what it is, right? I certainly do. Of course I know. And go ahead and say it. That you know. That. What does that mean exactly? How? Chitoku looks like she's in trouble. How cute. Don't take her home. It's a crime. If I didn't nip it in the bud, you really might have tried to take her home. Take me home tonight. I don't have to take it be the light. Take me home tonight. Mion's pursuit was relentless, making Satoko stammer. Ready, start. Apparently a word anyway. Hi, Phantom Nix. Thank you for coming by. Now then, go ahead and say it nice and loudly. What does that mean? I do know.
This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
That means a person, thing, idea, action, or event, which has been previously indicated in context. Huh? All of us were a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. Well, it certainly is what that means. It could have been awkward.
It's a trap.
I wonder what I would have done in Satoko's position. Oh, I guess it was like... I don't get why it was... I guess it's one of those things. I guess it was some Japanese double meaning. I can't remember what the word was, though. So I can't... Was apparently a trap. That crazy Neon and her shenanigans. Probably get ticked off and just blurt out, you know what, at the top of my lungs. Wouldn't want you as an enemy, Mion Sonozaki. Thank goodness you were born a girl. If you're a boy, you'd probably be a perverted asshole. Hey, women can be perverted assholes too. All young animal girls. That's can't be true and didn't.
It's a trap.
It's in numbers, in a number of ways. It can be that. For sure. Here's I have no choice. Unfortunately, I, Satoko Hachi, shall assume the role of a zombie. I should eat everyone. Seems like she's raring to go. All I must do is count to 100, correct? Jerks skip numbers while counting to 100. You can start chasing after you solve this problem. Yes, this is the horror portion of the game. Whoa, Chikun gave her a simple one, okay? 1/5 of a cake. 1/6 of a cake. cake and 1/7 of a cake are all on one plate. Oh no! There are no common denominators? Satoko grabbed a stick in a panic, began drawing a cake in fractions on the ground. Satoko, who can eat one cake in 60 seconds, eats all of them. How many cakes are left on the plate? Wait.
How does that make you feel? Are you proud? Are you still feeling good?
Is this torture for you and me? Yeah. As I finished giving the word prompt, Neon shouted, "Wait a minute. This is one of those, like, fake out things. It's like, this is like that, what do I call it? Like, there's pretty sure I know that it's basically like, I can't remember how it was phrased at the beginning. The question was beginning, though, because I paid too much attention to the fractions. Hold on. Let's see. 1/5, 1/6, 1/7 are all on a plate. So it's gonna be 60 seconds. It's because it says they're portions of a cake. Oh, well, how many left are left? That will be none. It is that question is a trap. Oh, no worries, no worries. I got the redeems on there, so. Ready? Go! On me on signal, everyone but Satoko scattered. Hey, Chikun, that wasn't a problem at all, was it? Chiku had already lost the moment she started working it out. She's eaten it all, so of course there's nothing left on the plate. Aha! I knew it. May want to hold on that. I think that sound effect may come in more handy later on. But yeah, it was. I mean, the main thing was that as I was going to St. Ives, I saw a man with 7 wives. The 7 wives had 7 caps. The 7 cats had 7 rats. How many were going to St. Ives? And of course, the answer is 1. The answer is because you were saying as I was going to St. Ives. That group is not going or whatever. It just is added. Knowing the lay of the land, they probably headed right to the best spots. It's obvious I was at a disadvantage. At a time like this, it would have been more effective to go along with those trained in survival skills. Like Mion, for example. The fact that I didn't realize it at the start of the game probably hurt my chances. Glancing back over the school grounds, I saw Satoko just rising up to start. She was really, really mad. Mwahaha! She got tripped up on such a dumb question. I stood at one of the corners of the school. I had clear sightlines in 2 directions and would probably have a good response time. Any zombies started closing in. For the time being, I caught my breath and focused on what I was trained to think during club activities yesterday. Now, think calmly, Kiichi Maibara. If I was it, what would I do? Increasing my numbers would be the shortcut to victory. Then, going after the weakest player first is the obvious plan of attack, meaning me. Now then, where could Keiichi-san possibly be? I shan't let you escape. But of course, what would be the best method to track me down? Finger, footprints, or smell? Maybe some kind of trail. I could craftily hide my tracks. Then there would be no trail for Shotoko to follow. But I was no detective. Would I even be able to do that kind of thing in an amateur game like this? Tomita Akamura. You seen Keiichi-san recently? What the heck? Zombies hunt their prey by asking nicely where they went? Tomitada-kun and Okamura-kun pointed to the location where I was hiding. After confirming she was headed in this direction, I abandoned my position. Up, see, there we go. Much better to see it that way. Appropriate timing. Wasn't easy to hide myself with all those little kids running around as they pleased. It became even more obvious that I was at a disadvantage for not being familiar with these surroundings. That's how it's going to be. Then to confront this intelligent gathering zombie, I'd just counter it in a similar vein. I approached some girls playing with the ball. Sorry, but could you relay this message? Tell Satoko Hacho that her parents are at the gate, please. Message. Okay. I stopped the girls as they turned to run off. Oh. I hope he didn't do that with their small children in front. Our protag is already kind of sus sometimes. Wait, don't go yet. Also, take this one to Mion Sonozaki. Here the teacher is calling her to the gate. Wahaha, I'm quite the schemer if I do say so myself. If things went well, then Satoko and Mion would run into each other at the gate. It would put me at a disadvantage if more people were it. But this is Mion we were talking about. She'd figure out a way to escape. That was just fine, as long as it bought me more time. Maha, dance for Mion and Satako. In the palm of my hand. Having my fill of playing the con man, I looked for a place to hide. If you think about it logically, I only bought myself a scant amount of time. It might even come back to bite me. Became apparent I'd started spreading false information through messengers. I could end up being the recipient of one of those messages. Toko would probably ask the messengers to help her look for me. That would mean there would be more zombies than participants in the game. The virus that was brought about by mischief would cause an epidemic. All my classmates would transform into zombies, would only be searching for me. This tactic might backfire horribly. While trembling at the thought of the impending dawn of the dead, I began searching for a safe house. I found a shed by the incinerator behind the school. After climbing up the roof, I held my breath. Wasn't a bad place to hold out. Not only did I have good line of sight, but it... I said, hey, what's going on? Not only did I have good line of sight, but if necessary, I could jump off in 3 different directions to escape. It was getting rowdy down there. The lower grades are running around below the shed. Bara-san isn't around. Is he over there? Nope. Where's Keiichi-san, I wonder? His dad is at the front gate. That was definitely a lie. The word gate, same one I used, gave a hint of revenge. So Mion was behind this. I was still keeping 1 step ahead of the game. I felt bad for my underclassmen, but they'd have to search until the school bell. Hey, do you know where Keiichi-san is at? His mom suddenly got really sick. Message for my Bara-san. They said his house caught fire and he needs to come to the gate. A jumbo jet fell on the top of the Maibara residence. The police have come to question him. Anything goes now. They say he enjoys peeping into bathrooms. What? Is it true that he's going around every night stealing panties? Who are they talking about? I heard he wears panties on his head and smells them and stuff. Oh no, they're playing dirty now. No way I would do that.
This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
It is pretty sad. I heard that class representative was a victim too. What? Growl. This was your doing, Mion. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is Mion's battle tactic to flush me out. Just hold on. If underclassmen thought about it logically, they would know it's all nonsense. Small kids don't think about things logically. To them, all those things are true, so they all together while looking for me. I win, Mion. It's my victory. Wiping unrelenting tears away, I felt intoxicated by my own victory. Did you hear? I heard that the new transfer student, my son, is a really perverted person. The cost of beating Mion had too high a price. Someone passed below. That's Reina and Rika-chan. Rika-chan, you're still okay? Getting by somehow. It seems Michan is it as well. Mion, could it be you'd become it because of my little strategy? This confirmed that Mion was behind this relentless message war. Then, this wasn't good. Finally got away from Michan. It's Toko-chan, Toko is searching around the pipes. We should be safe here for a while. On hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief, while Reina was slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. Oh. Oh, we got raiders. Oh, and hi, Sophie, and thank you for doing the shout out. But hello, readers. Hi. Cinderella. Hey. Right, I am Virtual Bee Cobalt. I'm a variety streamer. I am do play a number of different games, as well as I do some reading, and sometimes I do a little bit of singing, occasionally. And yes, thank you so much for the raid, Don't Kill Me Chicken. I hope your stream went well. You're just chatting. And hi, Sophie. Die if that was the gym for you for Riot to wear at school. Yeah, the standard Japanese bloomers, or anime, I should say. They show a little bit of leg, just a smidge. Check to this, it's a trap. But yeah, we are playing Higurashi. Which is a visual novel series, a horror. I swear it's a horror visual novel series. Stream was okay. It's good. I wonder if that was the standard. Yeah, I thought I had heard that was like a similar thing, where it was like not anymore. That it was like a very long time ago that would have been. And thank you for the headpad. Oh yeah, and so we're in the chapter 1 of the game. The option proper. I know it's terrible. And that was for my list of things that will get you into trouble. I'm kidding. Good that they're daily option. While Rina was slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, Rika-chan had started creeping up to her. Rika-chan didn't normally make noise when she walks, but it's strange. Could it be? Whoa! Rika-chan! What is it? What is it? Paul... Don't worry. I had never seen Rika-chan smile so creepily before. Why are you coming closer? Why? Chan isn't a zombie, is she? Don't be scared. I'll be sure to eat you gently. Oh my god. No way. Rika-chan, no! Eek! Oh, when they cry. Yeah, that's like the English translation or whatever, but it really would be, more like when the cicadas cry.
It's a trap!
Because Higurashi actually means, like, it literally means cicada. Which, during our intermission we will have later on, I actually do have I did find a spooky story that cicadas were involved. And I found Vermilion Lake. That's where I was looking for. That'll be later. Rory was pressed against the wall and Rika-chan lurched forward with both arms out just like a zombie. Rina quaked with her back pushed up against the wall. It was quite a surreal scene of horror. Like one of those zombie breakout videos you'd seen. Like Thriller? 'Cause this is Thriller. Thriller. No one's gonna save you and beat the about to strike. Now with Thriller. Hee hee. Watch out for a guy with a baseball bat. And that has barbed wire on it as well. That moment, Reina's eyes met mine. Ichikun, save me! Zombie Rika-chan turned 180 degrees, exorcist style, and glared at me. Found him! I see Kei-chan! Neon popped out from behind the cinder-blocked wall around the garbage dump, also seeing where I was. My position was only advantageous, was when there was only one zombie, but being surrounded was not good. Said you located Keiichi-san? Could tell that Satoko was rushing my way. Michael Jackson's there. Oh no. What have I done? Hold on. If I have it on my program, I'll do it. And I do. So I'm doing a musical intro. Okay, let me, okay, I know how to do this. Make sure I do a quick save in case if I accidentally hit the wrong button. And like accidentally close or something like that. No wait. Yeah, I need to pause the game music. I could hear it as well, so. Alright. And I will actually put that. There we go. Go chick. Rich.
It's a trap!
Alright, this could be bad though. I'm not making any promises. Baby,
to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver.
through the
For
night.
no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller.
All right. Glad y'all enjoyed the. Said Evo, that's the content. Yes, all for the content. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Need a little cobalt cheering once we can cheer. I mean, the dance emote does that pretty well. Thank you, Phantom. All right. That was fun. I actually am thinking of maybe maybe doing something like with a very, very specific like Halloween like thing or whatever, of doing like a special like spoopy strong songs stream. I'd have to see how many songs that I could get up that would meet the criteria for that. To see how much stuff I could wring out of that. Yeah. Things go bump in the night. Also, I have thought about doing like lab karaoke at some point. That actually might be anyway. I'll have to think about and figure out just things. But okay. Back to the game though.
And the crowd goes wild.
See, I mean, that works out for a cheer as well. Oh. Did forget about that one. The new girl has. Or say like she actually has like has the that was mean on my part.
And the crowd goes wild.
Oh, come on down, Kichi-chan. The three zombies circle the shed, moaning curses. Guys are scary. Too scary. I wonder how Kichi-san's guts taste. Kichi-san, won't you become one of us? Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. I'm having to refrain from making a couple of jokes because I've already did very such specific things already. Alright. I don't want the FBI to get... This is dangerous territory, okay? Someone please save me. To be honest, small children are pretty frightening. Are fully... They got some tape. But gonna stop now. Stop now. That's anyway. Saw Raina apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. Saw Raina apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. An apology. Sorry. Leaving me for dead. Raina. I leapt off the roof out of fear, slipping as I landed. Chitoko and Enrica jumped on top of me, and after straddling me, they tickled me all over my body. Stop, stop. This means Raina is still left. There isn't much time until the bell. Damn you, Raina. How dare you leave me for dead? Raina has been stick. These aren't feelings of a zombie. I understood how vengeful ghosts with flickering regrets feel. Sad, so sad. But Keiichi is one of us now. This child would be one that would be very, I feel would be the scariest one to, like, you said, of like one of us or something like that. They mostly come out at night. Mostly. You know that. La 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 la. Feels like I've been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls. It's a strange feeling being welcomed over to the side that had pursued us.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Turn in. Zombie tag is quite profound. No time to postulate. We must capture Raina. The principal is walking down the hall. The bell will ring soon. To devour Raina, I, who had turned into a demon of vengeance, need use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night. A vampire. Blah, blah, blah. Using the same trick that had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my evil designs. I get up the lower grades for around the school grounds. Everyone listen, Raina's in big trouble. All of you, please look for Raina. It's a bigger problem than a jumbo jet crashing into your family's house? Oh yeah, it had turned into that, hadn't it? Mion whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the blame. Yeah, it's not even in the same league as jumbo jets. Well, on Raina's house was a space colony. Aw, man, I hope it's not the frickin' one from the Alien game. From Alien Isolation. We don't got zombies and vampires now. Spoopy anime girl. Spoopy anime child. No aliens, no. It's a really big disaster. Everything in a 100-kilometer radius was obliterated. That's only the prelude to this tragic tale. This is the beginning, the start of a war for independence from the propaganda PMC. And there's the Gundam reference, which, to be honest, that's where my brain honestly went, but my brain was like, oh, they did a colony drop just like in Gundam, and then, like, I would make a joke, but no one's gonna get it. No, this is not that type of game. But yes, they did propagandipality of Xeon as opposed to principality of Xeon. So we don't get sued. Oh, I'd love to like in games when they do like the off-brand version of something. It's always, those are always interesting. Actually in Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, they had like fictitious McDonald's, which was, I think it was called McDouals or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like McDouals. Oh, that's a cursed emo thing. That's where the oh my emote should be. What will happen? Will the Terran Federation lose? I think one like this, they will. Only one person can defeat the Red Comet. That person is Reina Ryugu. Surprised they didn't go like Red Meteor. I mean, go all in if you're gonna. Off-brand stuff. Supposed to comment. Chad Agnable. The Red Meteor. Lower grade students all gulped. It seemed I'd make them fully understand that the fight for us was lost without Reina. Now scatter, comrades, we must find Reina. My comrades in the lower grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. There's still one person who hadn't gone. I thought even the Terran Federation's impulse wave diffusal cannon didn't work on the Comet Empire. You're close, that's the white variety of those comets. The reason it didn't work was because they didn't know the weak point. Of course, Reina knows their weak point all too well. Ryugu-san is amazing. Satisfied with that, he also rushed off to look for Reina. It does seem like there are some promising up-and-comers amongst the youngsters. Though Kei-chan's abilities, this old man knows them better now. Didn't really feel like she was complimenting.
To go to Plan B. Wormon, what is Plan B? Well, we can all be.
I'll be from friends. But whatever. Really though, how exceptional Keiichi-san. This looks quite promising. She is having Maver Palpatine vibes right now. We have this many, we can win. With this many, we will win. Do it, Keiichi. Do it. Do it. The Keiichi-san would have been a better nominee for the initial zombie. Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but I'd let it slide for now. Not even Reina would be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Reina was finally cornered in the back of the sports equipment shed. I think this is coming up with the murder finally. You're all scary. Ichi-kun too? So scary! Probably scary being chased around the entire student body. All the lower grades closed in on Reina, saying she was the only one who could save the world. What are you all saying? I can't control a mech. Reina, how could you leave me for dead? Are you ready to pay for it? Sorry about that, Keiichi-kun, but I didn't have a choice. Do not resist. Let yourself be devoured. See, it's got it. Let's all be together. Now, Reina, say your prayers. Reina had stumbled onto a mat, trembling with tears in her eyes. I closed in, studying this situation with similar, particular immoral one Made my pulse quicken just a little bit. Satoko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Reina. Reina, wanting no part of what she knew was about to happen, went stiff with fear. Ichigo, wouldn't do mean things like everyone else, would you? Would you? I wonder. How? Now then, are you ready? Okay, so long as it's Keiichi-kun. The face she made as she resigned herself to fate made my heart skip. I believe that Keiichi-kun won't do horrible things to me. Body won't move. He's some sort of anti-zombie mantra. The second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. There was the bell. Game over. Yay! I did it, I did it! I survived. As long as I know how to love, I know I will survive. Yay! Rina pranced around merrily as if the curse had been broken. So daylight broke in the nick of time, and the evil zombie army disintegrated into dust. They're zombies, but... thinking vampires. I was getting confused. An actual vampire is supposed to like sparkly vampires. Which, that's actually a song, well, a parody song, but a song nonetheless, sparkly vampires. I'll have to remember that one. If I do for sure do a Halloween karaoke type theme thing, I will have to include that one. I may have to do it a cappella though. I'm almost positive it won't be on my program I have. That's how it goes in movies anyway. You're thinking vampires, bro. What are you postulating about? This is all because Keiichi-san was dawdling about. Punishment is required. I was subdued by Satoko and Rika-chan, once again sentenced to death by 100 tickles. Forgive me, eek! And the award for surviving goes to Reina Ryugu and Mion Sonozaki. Yay! Yi-chan wasn't a zombie? Only pretended to be one. They say you need to deceive your allies before you can deceive the enemy, you know. Mion, you little... Yeah. Hurry up and change, alright? Don't be late for the next class. Go up, Satoko. Rika-chan. Having had my fill of being terrified to my very core by club activities, I solemnly swore I would have Mion crying for mercy next time. Nice transition fades. After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I had agreed to meet with Reina to dig Colonel Sanders out of that mountain of treasure from before. That there's, in a trash heap, there's a Colonel Sanders statue Reina wants. Does she think it's cute? Oh, yeah. You weren't wondering. That was not aware of that. That did not see the previous. Do we have work gloves? I need towels too. Aren't they in the shed out back? The towels are by the sink. All right, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically. What's going on, Keiichi? Where are you headed in that get-up? They had come to dump again illegally. He'll be buried completely. It'll be impossible to dig him out. If that happens, Reina will undoubtedly go after the Colonel Sanders in front of the fried chicken place in town. Bit of excavating, so my classmate doesn't become a criminal. Don't be out too late. Mom returned to the kitchen, the puzzled expression still on her face. May save the Colonel, and save, only he knows. But the 11 herbs and spices, we must save it, or it'd be lost forever. Cutting through the woods, a shortcut to the damn site, I ran into someone. It was Tomitake-san. Probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. Couldn't be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in the twilight. Game, those... Game, why are you saying things that make it sound very suspicious if people haven't heard, didn't see a previous, missed that one particular scene previously? Kichi-kun, right? My due regards. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything. By the way, that girl an acquaintance of yours? Probably talking about Reina. Guessing by the way Tomitake-san was shaken up. Huh? What was that all about? He was walking around with an axe. He was laughing with a huge smile across her face. That was Reina, without a doubt. It's probably because she could take it home today, though she couldn't hide her excitement. I hit myself because I thought it might be dangerous. I called the cops to be safe. Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with an axe. Tomitake's reaction was the epitome of logical. It's fine, it's fine. Just leave her be. She's just wandering around looking for more victims. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. What's probably hard for normal people to understand, Reina. Just touch a bunch of BS out there. If we were to be killed out here, she'd probably be the one to do it. Try not to snoop too much around here. With a condescending smirk, I started off in the direction of the damn site where I was waiting. Seriously, a language game. And what did the site ever do to earn such foul language? Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me. Kichi-kun, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but... I'll try my best to be careful. Leaving only those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I didn't really imply anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke, but it felt like I had said something bad. Ichi-kun. I was waiting for you. Let's try our best today. I understood what Tomitake-san was trying to say. Somebody gallivanting about while waving an axe around certainly would seem dangerous. You should cover the axe with something when you have it in public. Not good to carry it around out in the open like that. Seems that I lost it, so there isn't one. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try to keep up appearances. One Hinamizawa probably already knew about Reina's eccentricities. He's probably the only person who could carry an axe around Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious. Ah well, let's finish this today. If we bust through this last beam, we should be able to pull him out. Get everything that I need. Leave it to me. Okay. I took the axe from Reina and made my way up to the unstable slope. Just wait, Colonel Sanders. Keiichi-kun will save you. Keiichi-kun will save you. All right, get back. I'll finish this in one go. And then, with all his might, he raises it down, smashes himself in the foot, and dies from hemorrhaging. The end. And that was. A solid thwack ran out through Hinamizawa as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. How was it? Think you can do it? Looks too hard, so you don't have to strain yourself. If I can break through this, then we'll be good. I have plenty of power today. I can do it. But this adversary was more formidable than I expected. First of all, I'd never used an axe before. During a school camping trip, I had to split the wood, but I lost at rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired. I decided to take a break. Reina had already spread out a tarp and laid down on some tea and sweets. Fine, I'm almost there. I'll make sure Reina can give Colonel Sanders a goodnight kiss tonight. Yeah, thanks. And Colonel Sanders a goodnight kiss. How? Come to think of it, Reina, you're a transfer student too, right? Where did you live before? I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I thought she lived here all her life. Huh? In Kanto. Yes, picnic by the trash pile. It's so romantic. Well, having a date in the most romantic place in town. It's not as rural as it is out here, but it was still out in the countryside. Why did you move here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know, this is pretty far out in the boonies. Why did you move here? Does it have to do with your dad's work? Dad said he wanted to move out to a studio. Been saying for a while that somewhere deep in the mountains like this would be perfect. Studio? Is your father an artist or something? He paints scenery. Seems that twice a year he opens a gallery for the stuff he does. When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in the Makuhara Messe. He's determined to have them played in the Waterfront International Exhibition Hall. That's amazing! Let me see them next time. I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. But you transferred in the middle of semester, didn't you? Isn't that a hassle? Not really. I was getting bored of the city anyway. Trying to get answers from Reina, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the axe and headed back to the worksite. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today, I would end it. When I first heard, I chatted with Reina as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury. Booyah! You little... Damn it! I had swung the axe countless times a day, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. I recalled that passage from the tabloid. And then there's a turn. Major Toad shift. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people, ever. Gimli disagrees vehemently. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the axe not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. Ooh. The arm came off with a sickening sound. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. Ah. The matter? Are you hurt? Killed Colonel Sanders. You bastard! Darn you all to heck. Sorry. Figure's arm. I broke it off. Oh, that's all? I thought Keiichi-kun hurt himself. I probably had a really guilty look on my face. Reina said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. Just need to tape it back on, put a coat over him. Nobody will ever notice. I see. Well, let's pull him out then. Can you get that side? Okay. Seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. I laughed dreadfully at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Rain and Mia knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. I had looked it up all by myself. Shamefully enough, I was scared. You're pathetic, Keiichi Maibara. All right, Reina. Let's do this in one go. Ready, and... Whoa! Did it! We did it, Keiichi-kun! Yay! The right time to give 3 cheers. Hold on. Ah. I'm losing my chat. My chat. My chat. My chat. Thing. Okay. All right. Okay. I use a tablet to keep track of the chat, so. And it like disconnected from the net. And now why am I? That moment of 2 days' work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hidemizawa, covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. Pretty lucky, Colonel Sanders. Your new master is a pretty decent person. Colonel Sanders, he really is cute. Didn't matter that he was dirty. Reina nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Reina's happy face made it all worth it. I'll help you carry it back. Be bad if it gets dark. Yeah, right. Really want to thank you, Keiichi-kun. I won't forget this. Think real hard about what you'll do to repay me, okay? Oh, I wonder what kind of repayment. Wonder. For now, I'll just hold back my evil cackle. I'm ready to take it to our house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the tarp and lifted him. So Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I pray that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him. Lol. That meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about the words Tomitake-san unable to grasp my sense of humor, had left behind. You have received new tips. Kind of. Let's see this note. Rain is not here. You know where she is, Keiichi? Huh? She was just there, actually. Hey, Mion, where did Reina go? Reina? Did she go to the bathroom? Did say that she's been having bowel troubles lately. I hadn't heard anything about that. Toko, do you know where Reina went? Reina, you say? I just passed her in the hallway. Reina's class duties today, so she's off to water the flower bed. It was Reina's turn for class duty. It's very much appreciated. Reina, Reina, Reina. Upon hearing her repeated, a thought came to mind. I were to say this about someone's name, but it was a weird name. It was like some foreigner's name. What kind of name is Reina, I wonder? What kind of kanji does her name use? Reina is her nickname. There's a proper name as well. What? Really? I'm sure that Reina Ryugi was her full name. Well, I can understand you begin to make mistakes if we only call her Reina. She even signs her name as Reina. It's like it's her real name in school. I wonder what her real name is. Let's ask her when she comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at each other. You don't need to ask her. I'll tell you what it is. It's the Rei from Ore and Na from Nara. Her real name is Reina Ryugi. Reina, is it? So it's read out as Reina instead of Reina? A pretty interesting reading. No, that's not it. Reina is the correct way. I'm sure this makes sense in Japanese, I'm sure. One of those things that's not really translating well. Reina had told us that she wanted to call us her Reina. We call her Reina. Kei-chan. Reina is Reina, you know. Only strangers call her Reina. You get where this is going? Understood what Mion was saying. Didn't matter what her real name was. Only what names were used between us. Reina Ryugi is Reina. She's nobody other than that. I was thinking if I had a nickname, would you call me by that? If it's good, what do you want to be called? Con Man. Reina then came back into the classroom. One of the juniors near the door told Reina people were looking for her. What's this now? It's looking for me, I wonder. Seeing that, both Mion and I sneered. Bailiff, Ryugu doth show herself. Con man, you're quite sinister. Ha ha ha. What is this? Keiichi-kun and Michan are evil bailiffs? A con man? Damn you, Reina no Skeg, Ryugu. Jade doth be when thou meetest thy maker. Have thee. Wah! Suke-sen, Haku-san, show them what for. Aye aye, sir. I expect my fee to be paid to my Swiss bank account. Since it's come to this, we have no choice. We'll just have a grand battle with 5 people. Reina's fierce punches exploded in proper timing to take out the seal. The evil that was Mion and myself was vanquished in the end. I do hope that Reina goes Let's go on a journey to make the world a better place. How about heading to Nagata-cha? Oh. My destination decided by where the cute stuff gathers. The toll of the bell signaled that break time was over. Come on, Keiichi-kun, Michan. The teacher's coming. I took Reina's hand and stood up. It was just as the teacher had entered the classroom. Just one more hour. Man, oh man. To buckle down for one more. Okay, so start on the next chapter. Although I did say, yeah, better do our little intermission, and so I can do those stories I said I would do. I'll do it. I did to go. And as I said, I was very happy I was able to find the Lake Vermilion story. All right. Oh. This is supposedly a true scary story. So, you know. An internet, you know, but in the internet user said it's true, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. All right. The story you're about to read is true and not made in any way. One of my friends actually suffered a nervous breakdown after the incident and needed to go into counseling. I had 3 really good friends, and their names were Kevin, Ryan, and Tommy. Every summer, our parents would take us on vacation. We always stayed in a remote cabin in the forests of Minnesota. The cabin was located on a large island in the middle of Lake Vermilion. Eventually, when we were old enough, our parents let us go to the cabin on our own for the first time. When we got there, we parked the car on the gravel road beside the lake. Then we had to take a boat across the lake about a half mile to reach the cabin. There were a few other cabins on the island, but they were all at least a half mile away. The cabin was quite small, and it only had a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. At night, it was pitch black. There were no street lights for miles, and the only light came from the moon. There were no curtains on the windows, so when you were sleeping there at night, you could see the moon shining down on the trees and the lake outside. On the 3rd night of our trip, we set up a campfire by the edge of the lake. The moon was full, and the pale white glow was shimmering across the lake. We were gazing up at the stars when all of a sudden we heard a splashing sound, as if something was moving about on the water. Ryan suddenly stood up and pointed, saying, "The hell is that?" We all looked in the direction he was pointing, peering into the darkness. After a while, I could make out what he was pointing at. I'll never forget the feeling of terror that came up over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and goosebumps appeared on my arms. I was paralyzed with fear. Out in the middle of the lake, there was a woman's head. It was just floating there on the surface of the water, staring directly at us. She had pale white skin and long black hair that was matted across her face. The rest of her was submerged, or not even there. We tried to tell ourselves it was just a loon, or black and white birds that hunt at night, diving deep into the water. It didn't look like a loon. That's what we tried to convince ourselves it was. We threw some more wood on the fire and tried to forget about it, but it still gave me the creeps. About an hour later, I had to go to the toilet, so I walked down to the edge of the dock and peed into the lake. Looking out over the moonlit lake, I noticed the thing was still there, but now it was much closer. It still looked like a woman's head. It still seemed to be staring right at me. Its face was still extremely pale, as if it hadn't been out in the sun for years, and I could easily make out some facial features, the eyes and the nose. A feeling of incredible unease came over me as I realized it couldn't be a loon. There was no way a loon could tread water for that length of time. There were no ripples around it either. It wasn't moving at all. It was just standing there, stiff as a board, submerged in the water. I immediately zipped up my pants and ran back up the dock for where my friends were. Sitting around the campfire, I told them what I'd seen, but none of them dared to go down to the dock to take a closer look. We tried to tell ourselves it was just a log or a tree branch jutting out of the water. I could tell everyone else felt uneasy too. None of us really believed that. We went back into the cabin and shut the door, locking it behind us. It was very late and we needed to sleep. None of us mentioned the thing in the lake. We all were trying to avoid talking about it. There were no curtains on the windows, and as I was getting ready for bed, I couldn't help but taking one last look. Peering out the window, I could see the lake clearly, illuminated by the full moon, but the thing wasn't there anymore. It had completely vanished. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking the log must have floated away, or else it just sank below the surface. Or perhaps it had been a loon after all, and it had finally flown away. It was very hot that night. We had to sleep with the windows open. My friend Tommy and I slept in one bedroom, and my two other friends, Kevin and Ryan, slept in the other bedroom. We left our bedroom doors open. I was finding it hard to sleep. It was the middle of summer, and there wasn't even a slight breeze. The heat was stifling. As I lay there, I thought I could hear someone walking around outside the cabin. I kept my eyes shut tightly and tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. It sounded like someone with bare, wet feet, pacing back and forth. I was trembling with fear, but I felt so weak I couldn't move. The footsteps sounded like they were walking up the steps to the cabin door. I wanted to shout out to my friends, but I was frozen in terror. Then the footsteps turned around. It sounded like they were running down the steps towards the lake. After a while, footsteps faded away, and there was only silence. I reached over and shook my friend Tommy. He was already awake, and he claimed he had heard the footsteps as well. Just then, I was startled to see Ryan come running into the room. When he stepped into the moonlight, I could see his face and the expression on it was very disturbing. "We need to leave," he croaked. "Why?" I asked. "What did you hear?" "Let's just go," he insisted. "Let's get to the boat. It's time to go." He wouldn't answer. He just ran back into his room. We followed him and found Kevin sitting on his bed, already packing up his things. Ryan was running around, frantically grabbing his stuff and stuffing it into a bag. "What's wrong?" I demanded. "Ryan, what the hell is wrong with you? Tell us." He just stopped in his tracks and stared at me. There was a haunted look in his eyes. Never forget what he said. He told us he was turning over in his bed to get more comfortable, when he suddenly saw at the top right corner of his window, someone was peeking in. As soon as he set eyes on it, the face vanished. He said all he saw was long black hair hanging down the window, ghostly white skin, and one large eye staring at him. When he said that, it chilled us to the bone. We realized that if the face was in the top right corner of the window, that meant the thing had to be damn near 8 feet tall, or else floating in midair. I felt like I was going to be sick. "Just go," Ryan said in a very serious tone. "Let's just go now." We all agreed and packed our stuff as quickly as we could. We grabbed our bags and ran out the cabin, pausing only to lock the door behind us. As we scrambled down the front steps, I glanced to the side and saw footprints. Bare, wet footprints in the dirt all around the cabin. We ran down to the boat and threw our stuff in. We untied the boat from the dock and sped off. I looked back over my shoulder and stared at the island, but I didn't see anything more. However, I had the strangest feeling that someone or something was watching us. When we finally reached the other side of the lake, we tied up the boat, stuffed our backpacks in the car, and drove off. We had been driving for about 10 minutes when, out of the blue, Ryan suddenly broke down sobbing. He kept saying over and over, "What was it, guys? Oh God, what did I see?" On the way, we called our parents to tell them what had happened. Ryan was freaking out, and we didn't know what to do. They told us just to get home safely and quickly. My friend's dad went up to the cabin a few days later, said he saw nothing out of the ordinary. However, he did mention that there were bare wet footprints all around the cabin, which he thought was odd. Whatever Ryan saw in the window really hit him hard. After his breakdown, he had trouble sleeping and ended up having to go into therapy. They gave him some pills to calm him down and allow him to get a decent night's sleep. As time went on, he recovered and ended up being fine, but to this day, he still can't sleep unless the curtains on his window are completely shut. To this day, I still cannot explain what we saw in the lake that night. I never went back to the cabin. Tommy and Kevin have both gone back and everything was fine. But Ryan refuses to go, and frankly, I'm with him. And that was story Lake Vermilion. So if you have to sleep tonight with with making sure your curtains are closed and stuff like that, you're very welcome. It's okay, Phantom. You'll be fine. Yeah, it really creeped me out when I first heard it. I swear I didn't have to close close blinds in a window for the first couple nights after. uh okay. And I did find another story that uh on the other, this is supposedly also a true story. And it's about cicadas, so you're welcome. It's very The Cicadas is a true scary story about a woman who is deathly afraid of insects. The story was told by a Japanese woman and is supposed to be true. Ever since I was a child, I had always had a morbid fear of insects, especially cicadas. In Japan, we call them higurashi. They are large black and brown insects with wings, and they make a horrible high-pitched noise like gee 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 gee. Some people who have heard it say it sounds like they are screaming. A few weeks ago, I had a very scary and disturbing experience. This is not a ghost story, but it is a true story. I'm a single woman in my late 20s and I live alone. One weekend, I went to stay with some friends of mine who live in another city. I came home on Sunday night, and when I arrived at my apartment, it was quite late. I unlocked the door, and as soon as I stepped inside, I had the strangest feeling that something was very, very wrong. I heard an unexpected and eerie noise. G, 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 G. Cautiously, I walked towards the sound, and when I got to the kitchen, I was shocked by what I saw. The white walls were covered in cicadas. There must have been almost 100 of the horrible insects, and they were all perched on the wall, making that horrible high-pitched screech. G, 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 G. The sound of them made my eyes well up with tears. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Where do they have come from, I wondered. Accidentally leave a window open? They come through the ventilation fan? As I got closer to the hordes of screaming cicadas on the wall, I noticed something that filled me with terror. They weren't moving. Each and every one of the cicadas was fixed to the wall with a pin. I immediately ran out of the apartment. When I was on the street, I called the police and waited anxiously for them to arrive. 2 officers showed up and searched my apartment. They didn't find anything of the ordinary. Nothing had been stolen, and there were no signs of forced entry on the front door. All the windows were shut tight. The police came to the conclusion that someone must have broken into my apartment while I was away and pinned the cicadas to the wall. They said the intruder may have entered through a small window in the bathroom. The most frightening thing about that is my apartment is on the 5th floor of the building. There we go. I was able to find a cicada story. An nightmare. Yeah. I let's see. I I actually other day I believe it was a cicada actually. There was like one inside my burrow. Um, although it was like green. I mean, I think it was a cicada. Can't they be sometimes? I mean, it wasn't a grasshopper, I don't think. So that's why I don't think it's. That's why I think it was. Um. So, but yeah, so I don't mind cicadas as much. Um, I don't mind cicadas as much as some bugs. Um. But yeah, a whole wall of them would be a bit much. Would be like, nope, I'm walking out. Especially if you saw the pins. That's yeah. Let's see. So I'm actually gonna have to get more refill on my drink, but then I will be back. So the like pin to the wall. Yeah. That would be yeah. That would be very terrifying. Um, to come home to that. Um, they were still making the noise though. Anyway, I'm gonna have to get a drink, so I'll be right back in just a few minutes. So don't use the rest of me. And I will put on some music while we are away. Back to my PRP or go to my PRP. Yes, be right back. All right, I'm back. The monkeys. Okay. Do I have a preferred one? A preferred song. Uh. Uh. The one that people probably prefer the most. For I'm a believer, I think. There's not. Okay, yeah. If you don't have a request, go with that one then. I thought love was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else, but not for me. My love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. And then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? All you get is pain. When I needed sunshine, I got rain. And then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Our love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointed, haunted all my dreams. And then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace out in my mind. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. All right. All right, I hope you all enjoyed that. Oh, thank you.
And the crowd goes wild.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome.
This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
Ah. Song's a smidge high for me. Back to the game. That's currently playing the cicadas and peeing sounds. It's just water. That was a joke, Twitch, please. Oh my gosh, he made a joke about sounding like pee. Ban him! Ban him! That sounds like something. Sadly, that does sound something that would be very character for Twitch. Been banned for a week just for the dumb joke. No, it's literally just water going. But you said it was whatever, jokingly. Apparently at TwitchCon they had a panel where they emphatically said, like, no, we do not play fish. We do not enforce our rules unevenly. Right. They almost, the person saying it was like, sounded very angry about it too. She was not happy about it, so apparently so. That's one of those, when denying something, don't deny something too much, otherwise it just makes you sound more suspicious and petty. Anyway. My understanding of TwitchCon basically is TwitchCon. People had fun meeting the other people. Twitch continues to suck, but someone thought a foam pit should never let Twitch convention officials run a children's birthday party, because apparently they will not know how to make small games and stuff safe. I don't know if it's like somewhat like they had like one of those like a foam, like a pit where you like would try to knock someone off of a platform, and then there's like, you know, some sort of like, but you fall into something like safe or whatever. So in this case, it was like a foam pit type thing. However, they were pretty much so scared. Yeah, it's a bit, especially when so what they did was they just thought, okay, we'll just put like a couple feet of foam on it, and then that's it. It's just the floor. Oh yeah. I saw like one of these as someone that was like landing on it, of like, and they landed just, oh, it was I felt bad, just, oh. Yeah, they're having a major lawsuit over that one. Oh. Yeah, supposedly you're actually to make those like what? Okay, so like you're several feet of the foam, and then like below that you actually have, like, a push thing in that also softens it with, like, foam blocks. And then some other stuff before you actually reach the floor. Rush, let's go. Yeah. Hey, Drugataku, hello. Yeah, we'll continue now. Get the horror from game as opposed to dubious business practices. How was it, Kei-chan? So you went to Reina's house. Wasn't it amazing? It's nothing like that, right? Unlike my house, the Ryugu residence wasn't newly constructed. It had been renovated from a pre-existing building. The house itself was fine. The problem was the yard. It was crammed with rows upon rows of oddities. Like a space oddity? They were all the same as Colonel Sanders. Stuff you'd seen while walking around in town. The cake shop's mascot, Little Licky. The crap is Little Licky. You know what? I'm not gonna ask. Oh wait, no, that's the cake shop's mascot. Okay. The Toadalmon in front of the pharmacy. G-Man had the amazing flying elephant from the top of the department store. Good, thank you. I'll agree with you that those are cute, but why the mailbox? Did you get in trouble for that one? But how so cute? You must have just thought about it, because her face filled with delight. So it's the bigger the better, just as long as it's big? And her room displays the smaller ones. I had a chance to see them before. And cute kids like Reina-chan are locked away in the basement. Yep, I'll keep anything. Reina. This is a moment where where's the FBI open up, like, send board item. FBI open up. How cute. She takes anything she likes back to her nest. No ill will intended. Hey, Reina, you know about the Statue of Liberty in New York, right? Is that cute? Yeah, cute. How I want it. The US should probably come up with some countermeasures ASAP. If not, the Statue of Liberty really will take a trip to Hinamizawa in the not-so-distant future. Sounds like a Nick Cage move. Bound to happen. Hi, Judy girl. Hello. Yes, more creepy time. Happy, creepy, fun time. Also, I really like your username. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Rika-chan had returned. No fun being called to the staff room. Did you do something? How rude. Rika-chan isn't a hoodlum like Ichi-san. Haha, nothing like that, Keiichi-kun. Rika-chan is a member of the festival committee. Festival? School cultural festival or something? Kei-chan, I already told you. It's the village festival. The Watanagashi. Wait. Watanagashi. Okay, I did it in there. Okay. Watanagashi. You did say there'd be a festival at the shrine during the next break. But what's this Watanagashi thing about? Is it like a floating lantern festival? I guess the last part where you set things adrift in the river is similar. Except we use cotton things, like old worn-out futons and padded cloaks. It's a festival expressing thanks for their years of service. The people living in Hinamazawa dump their futons and padded cloaks in a stream. Sounds like it'd be a lot of trouble if it backed up the current. They should just drop some fish in and have a fish wrangling competition. Skewer them and sprinkle a little salt. Oh man, I could smell it already. You're very welcome. That's just summer camp. I never anticipated how destitute Keiichi-san's imaginative capabilities would actually be. How could you tell I was thinking of something silly? It was written all over your face. What sort of face could have expressed what I'd imagined just now? Reina demonstrated for me. I see. No argument there. Nothing fun like that, you see, but you should still look forward to it. Let's all go together. I'll come get you that day. I don't really feel like going to festivals unless someone asks me to. I wouldn't get bored if these guys were going. You won't get bored. Doing it again this year. Mion's proclamation came as she looked at each member in turn. What was this all about? And the way Mion looked, it was probably our club's summer tradition. The Onikakushi 4 Demon Firefight. It sounds awful. What kind of name is that? I think it's a cute name, though. I tried to object sharply, but since Reina looked happy about it, I decided it was pointless to fight. Since Keiichi is here this year, it becomes 5 demons. Miko-chan made a small correction in light of my presence. So, how does this funky-sounding club activity tie into the festival? Oh. This is where you exhibit the skills you've nurtured through your daily club activities. Exactly. You show the full extent of the capabilities that the best of the best have obtained through our daily trials and tribulations. But last year the mayor got angry. We need to make sure not to cause any problems this time. Basically, we're doing club activities while checking out the stalls. Chan really is the only one who explains things so they make sense. I see, so we'll be exhibiting on those busy festival grounds. Reina was right, of course, that we would be a reason for the mayor to get angry. But it's lots of fun. That was the only point I did not doubt. It would be, without question, fun. The day of the festival is drawing near. Well, putting that aside for now, let's start our club activity today. Any objections? Nay. Our voices rang out in unison. And there's lots of people. Card games really are the easiest to play. It really is the most basic of table games. Playing with the marked deck again? We'll use a new one today. There are no marks in the cards, so we're on equal footing. I wonder if that really is the case. I will have to inspect them. That was fair, just to be safe, everyone checked the cards. Yes, these seem to be fine. Are you all satisfied? And today I guess we'll play President. That's good for 5 people. Another standard card game. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. Basic rules: play a better card than the one before. You can play straights and pairs. There are various techniques that improve the game, like reversals. Favorite anime? I think I'd say Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Which I know came out in 04 or 05. Yeah, I think that's what I have to say. Hmm. And don't make me try to decide which season I like more. I will say the second season does have a better. I like the opening theme more. They're both really good though. The second one's just so freaking cool. Although the first one, okay, now I'll have to debate that out, fight that out later in my head. You know, that can play out in my brain in like at 3 a.m. tonight or something. Because it's such a well-known game, there are lots of house rules for it as well. The name, for example. My old town, we call it Millionaire. I'd like to go over some details. Are the jokers wild? You make a reversal with 3 threes. No jokers. 2 is the highest. You can reverse a reversal. You can only make a reversal with 4 of a kind, not 3. Also, you know how the peasant sends a good card to the president? None of that. While I was confirming the familiar rules, Satoko looked out over at me cautiously. Oh, love Chimyo. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've watched that show. That's a good show. That's a really good show. I probably should have tried to look like more of an amateur. I used this game. It's present and it's with a new deck. Today, I might be able to win. I have the gist of the rules now. That wasn't everything, was it? So what shall today's penalty be? About that, why don't we all write something down on slips of paper and have the loser draw one? That seemed like it could be interesting. I'll write a nasty one and have Keiichi-san draw it. It would be awful if you wrote a bad one and drew it yourself. Don't lose. Don't you know best? Mion handed out several slips of paper to everybody. Then write down whatever and put it in this bag. When you lose, stick your hand inside and pick one out. Now, then what would be a good penalty? Worst case scenario, you draw what you wrote. Vision of Escaflowne? Oh yeah. Nice. That's a nice classic one, too. Some good taste right there. No penalty. Let's forbid that kind of idea from being written down. Rika-chan's casual suggestion caused Mion's hand to lurch to a sudden halt. That's so sneaky, Mion-san. She wrote no penalty, and the corner of the slip is folded. I see. Just in case you lost, you grab the note with the folded corner and you'd be safe. That was a good idea. Diabolical as ever, Mion. Rika-chan is quite formidable too, being able to see through that. I couldn't underestimate her even though she doesn't stand out. To write penalties that are too mean, okay? Nobody agreed to Reina's proposal. Everyone was ruthless. Fine, Reina. Just don't lose. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll try it hard so everyone has to pick the penalty I write. Reina was quite brutal, even though she usually appeared meek. Better not underestimate her either. agree with that. Very curious what Reina's penalty is in particular. Everybody's penalties are scary. I still don't know what Rika-chan's penalties would be like. Basically, can't afford to lose this game. Wait here, ready? We all nodded determinedly. Having confirmed that, Mion dealt out the cards. The cards will tell your past, your present, and your future as well. Finally, the battle begins. I had a decent starting hand. Card after card was played in the middle, not needing Mion to tell me. Both Rika-chan and Satoko played their cards without hesitation. Reina and I were the only ones who paused to think, seeing that Reina genuinely couldn't make up her mind, but I was different. I was like a shark stalking its prey, just waiting for the right time to strike. Huh? This work? Then I'll play this 3, and I'm out. 9. Nobody? 8. 7. I'm out. 5 and 5. I'm out. Then I'll discard this last one and I'm out. Ah, I missed by chance. The loser of the first round was of all people, Mion. And now I was certain. Today I could win. Now then, Ichan. Pull out one of those slips, okay? Mion, accepting her defeat, frowned around inside the bag and pulled out one piece of paper. What? Who did this? Who wrote this? Mion quivered and shrieked. What is it? What is it? Huh? Reina was also surprised when she peeked at it. What kind of terrible thing was written on it? Pets the principal on the head. Hey, wait. How is this bad? It's just like, do you not understand? The principal is balding and ashamed of it. Oh no. I somehow kind of thought that might be where that was going. As soon as he said, how is that bad? It's like, he's bald, isn't he? Satoko yelled with a serious look on her face, but she wasn't as loud as Mion's shriek. What could it be? The principal is a martial arts master. Oh. He boasts about traveling the world, perfecting his skills when he was younger. He switched to teaching after seeing the poor state of education in Japan after the war. It was inhuman. At that guy's head? The club president. There is no way I can set a bad example by refusing. Hoo-yah! She bellowed out a yell as she dashed off down the hallway. Been easier to sneak out quietly and try to do it without making a fuss? Probably impossible. They said he used to hunt sea slugs just by sensing their presence. I do nothing but wait with bated breath. Kapow! A rumble shook the classroom. That's the principal's aerial opener. Oof, pow, kshang, boom. Following the launcher with a jab, strong, fierce combo. He's even using meter. From how it sounded, the principal's jumping fierce sounds like a multi-hit combo. I don't want to know. Nothing I could do now except stay calm. I could understand now why there were no delinquents at this school. After a few minutes of silence, Mion slumped back to us. Headed, is that good enough? Mion said before collapsing. She's alive at least. Now we can continue the game. Monster. It's amazed the person who made club activities like these could say that. Now, The worst penalty is gone now, right? Right? Reina tried to lighten the mood, and was only met with Mion's malicious grin. She was serious now. I'm not holding back anymore. You'll all get yours. The pace of the game became bizarrely quick. I could tell the game had gotten more intense. Ace, 3, 4, 5, I'm out. I'm out as well. I'm out too. 3, I am now out. I lost? And the heavens chose to vanquish Reina. What kind of penalty, I wonder? What kind of penalty, I wonder? Oh my gosh, how is she so cute? She's gonna give me diabetes. The repeat thing is cute. It's exactly hard for her to be worried. Just thinking of the level of difficulty of Mion's first penalty still made me quiver. And so, the penalty she drew with trembling fingers was... The heck was this? Speak like a maid. Huh? What is this? What do I need to do? So basically it means that you have to use the same expressions as a maid? How? Okay, master. It hit me like a ton of bricks. And now we know who wrote it. I had no idea who wrote that penalty, but she was awesome. Oh, okay. It wasn't him? Oh, I bet it was Mion. Rate it. Can you shuffle the cards and deal? Yes, master. I could just die right now. Anyway, let's continue. Right, Reina? Yes, master. The eagerness to which I was goading Reina into addressing me as master was downright impressive, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I won't lose anymore. I'm out. I shan't lose either. I'm out. Then with that, I'm out too. I can't believe it. Is it Reina's loss again? Reina again? What kind of penalty would it be this time? I was delighted by the mysterious sense of anticipation. Anticipation, no. This was conviction. Remove one piece of clothing from the top and bottom halves of your body. Game, you're seriously trying to get me in trouble, aren't you? It's decent. Who could have written this? My face reddened in anger. If I didn't yell something out, I wouldn't be able to hide my shaking. You did write that. God, please give that man a Nobel Prize. These girls are my peeps. That would be an Ig Nobel Prize. Not good, not good. What I was thinking about was written on my face. Mi-chan. Reina begged Mion with teary eyes, but everyone knew Mion's answer already. Nope, nope, nope. Won't go easy on you. You lost, so take it like a man. Understood, master. I'll undress. What are you making me say, Gabe? I looked around, thinking someone else would probably stop her. Of course, I wasn't exactly trying to stop her. Then I heard the rustling clothing. The sound of her skirt hitting the ground sent my heart racing. Is this fine, master? I looked away like a gentleman. But these club activities, you needed to be ruthless after all. Ichi-san, what were you expecting? Certainly, we would not have her strip if she weren't wearing her PE clothes underneath. Okay, good. We're safe. Satoko poked fun at me, but right now I couldn't hear it. Not bad, Kei-chan. This old man never even thought you would go after her like that. Got it wrong, I didn't write that one. Master didn't write this one? Her squirming around in her PE clothes made it impossible for me not to feel anything. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Mion probably wrote that one and planned to go after me as I panicked. You can't fall for her trap after knowing it's a trap. It's smarter outsmarting. Clear her head. Calm down and assess the situation. I was determined to think my way out of this, and the answer was quite simple. I win. I then became a god. I, who had already entered the domain of godhood, what would dare stand in my way? Just like they were pulled to me magnetically, I was picking up aces and twos like nobody's business. Eek! How could my luck of the draw be so bad? Toko lost, right? I'll draw the penalty. Speak like a little sister. Ugh. Fine. Oni-chan. Gugh. Yes. Pleasure of making this brat disgrace herself. Ugh. This old man loses again. Eon's lost, right? I'll draw it out. Wear a girl's school swimsuit? No! That's the one I wanted Kei-chan to get. Yes. Mion's despair was like sweet honey. Master, I lost again? Reina lost. I'll draw it for you. With the person in first place, rest their head on your lap. How? In this outfit, Master? Yeah. She's not wearing a skirt. With her bare legs. Oh my gosh. Eek. Oni-chan, you're too good. The Toko lost again? I'll draw it. Obey the person in first place. How about I have you give me a shoulder massage? Fine, Oni-chan. Come on, do it a bit harder. Don't use your nails. I had transformed into an evil dictator and couldn't be doing any better. Felt like I could control how the cards played out with my mind, and even decided what suits would appear just by willing it. By the time I realized it, I'd already assembled a harem. I was laughing haughtily as I rested my head on Reina, who was now a bloomer-clad maid. Satoko was wearing a collar and had taken on little sister properties. Mion was fanning me while wearing a school swimsuit. My god. This guy. Ah, today's Master's overwhelming victory, isn't it? Eek, please refrain from moving your head around so much. I begin to think. What does man have no end to his desire? Why does man have no end to his desires? How could I wish for more than this palace of dreams? I'm calling this the hoarding place. This is a school. Oh. I definitely need an FBI open up. What is it, Keiichi? Saddened by the thought of a man having no end to his desires. That was it. Rika-chan hadn't been at first, but she continued to escape being in last. Keiichi-chan is quite greedy. It said you should know when enough is enough. I know that very well, but how to say it? I feel like I wouldn't mind if I died now. Eek! Master, please refrain from moving your head around. Eek! You say you wouldn't mind dying. Then that can be arranged. Rika-chan said it in her usual calm manner, with a cheery tone. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Okay, I was wondering if she would actually show up in the swimsuit. Yes, go, Rika-chan, go, take him out. Defeat this arch-devil of perversion. Might not be able to win, but I'll beat him. Such stoicism from this little girl who's always hidden away in Satoko's shadow. It would probably be rude not to meet her head-on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head-on, apply directly to the forehead. It's alright. Flashback moment. I shall face you myself, little one. Saw Mion swap a few cards with Rika-chan in the middle of the game, but pretended I didn't see it. Do you believe you can defeat Ichi-sama with just that? 2. Ace, ace, ace. 8888 reversal. Everybody looked over at me. I was still brimming with confidence. Mwahaha. The 4 of them have allied against me. That's it. You're making me laugh. That was good. Reversal, reversal. What? How could such a thing be? The Toko let out a shriek. Hold on, I need to see if... Is she wearing that while it's in the OG sprites? Oh my gosh, she is. You simpletons. Using up all of her cards or calling the reversal left Rika-chan with no good cards. She was defeated soon after. I lost. Finally, you fall into my clutches. Now I'll pick one out. Oh, wear cat ears, a bell collar, and a tail. Oh. Even the penalties were as I wished. Oh my gosh. Rika-chan hung her head and equipped the 3 holy artifacts. It's questionable as to why such things were in Mion's locker, but since I had no objections, I didn't ask. Oh my god. Aww, he's so cute. I'm not gonna lie, I think in this case the OG sprite is cuter. So, felt like I had become Reina. This was definitely cute. Cute, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, I want to take her home. That wasn't me talking. That was the actual Reina. You. As Rika-chan mimicked a cat, teary-eyed rings of smoke escaped from Reina's ears with an audible poof. Rika-chan must take home. Taking her home. Just for a while. I won't do anything strange. Nothing strange. Okay. See, I still have one trick left. Mion gasped and dropped her fist into her open palm. Reina must. She can take me home. After Reina-san beats Kiichi-san, she can. They thought that Reina in cute mode would be able to defeat me. Would it be that easy? Opposing me was the same as opposing God. I teach them their place. How preposterous that Reina can't defeat me. For a moment, I didn't know what was going on. The 52 cards danced and flowed freely between Reina's hands like the machinations of a master magician. In the middle of those flowing cards was Reina's ecstatic expression, her head bobbing around. Shall we, Keiichi-kun? Hurry, hurry! My whole body knew it already. I was going to lose. no play. Nothing to play, Kei-chan. And with this, I'm out. When cheered, I was spent. I've got no regrets. God, thank you for letting me dream a little. Now then, I'll take one out. Kei-chan's penalty, this is it. Every peeked at in unison, gazes flicking between the text and my face. All day today, I did as I pleased. I'll do whatever it is. Whatever it is, what's on there? All. Huh? Every penalty up until now. What the heck? Oh no. Heichi-san, should you not be speaking like a little brother? Yes, Oni-chan. One-chan. Whoa, this is quite addicting. Next, I'll have you rub my shoulders. Heichi-kun, I don't need the lap pillow, so do that other one, okay? Yes, master. Oh, Keiichi-kun, that's so cute. Say it again, say it again. Yo, please spare me, master. Reina passed out with a squeal, blood spewing from her nose like a fountain. My dignity was being trampled more than a communal doormat. Next is from this old man. I'm going to have you fan me for a good long while, you know. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, almost forgot. You need to wear this, don't you? The school swimsuit. Huh. This is for girls. Can't I wear the one for boys? It was clearly written here. Wear a girl's school swimsuit, as you can see. The Toko was like a lone shark. Actually, me trying to escape reality as fast as humanly possible was pretty adorable. If I do so say myself. But whose school swimsuit am I going to wear? If I were wearing one of yours, you wouldn't like it, right? Ah, this old man doesn't care about that kind of stuff at all. Think of it as a little benefit. I'm not that in shape, so I think even Kei-chan can fit into it. The executioners surrounded me, wagging their fingers. No. He also has to wear the cat thing, too. My first thought, it's tight around the waist. My second thought, the chest area was pretty loose. Third thought, the crotch area was hot. Ah, Keiichi-kun is bending forward. Cute, cute. You'll be ready after you wear the cat ears, bell, and tail. Kei-chan, want to look in the mirror? It's amazing, really. It's probably best if you look. The stern, scientific, calculating nature mixed in with their fascination made Mion very scary. I would like to respectfully decline, Master. Your ensemble is complete. If only we could send you home dressed like that. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Is this enough? I'll change and... I was saying that. Mion placed her hands on my shoulders, and Rika-chan slipped up behind me without a second. Not yet, Keiichi. There's still the first penalty left. And this, get up. Rika-chan patted my head without saying a word. Oh no. He gonna die. Gonna die. Sir, excuse me? Yes, please come in. I stepped forwards into the principal's office. My bell collar jingled adorably. Oh, your timing is... Oh. The principal froze solid with a smile on his face as he saw me. I couldn't blame him. In this sacred place of study, specifically in his office. Though I said excuse me as I entered, the sight of a person entering with a school swimsuit. Cat ears, a collar, and a tail. And for it to be a young male student. Mind the school swimsuit, it's a girl's swimsuit. I like for... Hi, Shinobi, welcome to the stream. The Pack Relax at Choice. I'm a kobold, so I look.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Kobold. Without a doubt, any normal person's psyche would have stopped cold. But this could be explained. We'll call it uncanny valley camouflage, if you will. When humans see others, they can only begin to act after confirming this is human. Meaning that if he could not comprehend what was in front of him, then in those moments before he could fully begin to process the situation, his mind was completely blank. That was my one and only chance for victory. Crashiest knife waifus. This moment is Keiichi in the cat outfit and swimsuit gown, I guess. That's the question, I guess. My penalty, rubbing the principal's head. Principal, I challenge you, her. I heard what sounded like a zazzing 3 times. 3-gauge super. Really does big personality. The principal said one thing to me. What does it mean to be a man? And in a heartbeat, boom. And he died. The end. Hinamizawa in Twilight.
Right then. I'll just have to go to Plan B. Wormon, what is Plan B? Well, we can all become friends.
Rina was given permission to caress Rika-chan's head as much as she wanted, so they headed home together, very pleased. Once again today, it was just Mion and I going home. Man, that was intense. Didn't know Kei-chan was so good at president. No, I was more surprised than anyone. I was playing with guys. I wouldn't have been that strong. Still, it was pretty bad. Being carried off on a stretcher in that outfit will probably haunt me until the day I die. Wow. Somehow I get the feeling there might be photos that will get, brought out at, put out, in a yearbook if there's one. But that's fine, isn't it? We're able to do something to boast about for the ages, too. Yeah, Rita is super cute. She has a very cute outfit. Her white dress with the matching white hat. Just all goes together very well, and she has a very cute way of... I'll say that. Oh, well, she says it like that. We both smiled at each other. Oh, we meet again, Keiichi-kun. That was Tomitake-san. It felt like I'd been running into him quite often. Hey, take any good pictures? Well, a few. So, Tomitake-san suddenly leaned over and whispered into my ear. You sure get around. Today you already have a different girl? It's not like that. No need to hide it. It's important to get lots of experience when you're young. Because Tomitake let out such a crude laugh, Mion knew what we were talking about without even hearing his whispering. I've heard through the grapevine that Mr. Tomitake is quite the catch himself, No, that wasn't my intention. Sure. Keep up the good work and take plenty of pictures. See ya. Yeah, right. From the way she spoke, it seemed as if Mion knew Tomitake-san quite well. How's the year treating you, mister? Staying until the Watanagashi? Yep, I plan to. After photographing the festival, I plan on heading back to Tokyo. Being a photographer sure is easy. Be sure to win some big award and become famous. Spend all your best years on photography after all. I don't think I'm that far gone. Don't they say men start developing their own unique flavor in their 30s? If that's true, I doubt my... Her love of how they... Yeah, it is. It's a really clever quirk that was to come up with, for sure. Very unique, very cute, but very unique at the same time. Doesn't matter what you taste like. That's so gross. Oh, look at the time. I need to go back to the inn before it gets dark. Colonel Sanders. Yeah. Tomitake-san began to take his leave with a dry laugh. It did look like he was outmatched by Mion. Now then, I'll see you both at the festival. After waving a hand cheerfully, Tomitake-san disappeared amidst the cries of the Higurashi. The way he's going, he probably won't ever get famous. I had to promise he'd display a picture of me if he ever opened up a gallery, but I don't think that'll ever happen. So you know Tomitake-san? Yeah, he's an acquaintance of sorts, but you know how easy it is to tell who's an outsider. It sounded like you meet him all the time. Tomitake-san comes around to Hinamizawa regularly, maybe 2-3 times a year. He says he's taking picture of the seasonal scenery and wild birds, but, well, those films really are nothing to phone home about. The image Mion painted of Tomitake-san was fairly unique. Tomitake-san I knew was more mysterious. The words flowed naturally from my mouth. I wonder if he's really here to take pictures of birds. Mion stared blankly at me as if to ask, why do you say that? It just seems he's here for something other than taking pictures, I think. Don't you get that feeling? Like about that incident, dismemberment. Oh, you too. If so, you've got good instincts, Kei-chan. She agreed with what I thought, but was quite chipper now she said it. You knew about it then, Mion? Of course. Might be able to pull one over on everyone else, but he can't fool this old man. Mion was posturing pretentiously, but I had easily come to a very different conclusion from what she was imagining. It felt like all the apprehensions I had about Tomitake-san disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulders. Finally able to appreciate how clear the evening sky over Hinamizawa was. I don't get it. I'm dumb. Like, what does it mean? What was he doing? What was about the photography guy? I can read his name. Doesn't mean I have to. If I could read it, I can read his name. It doesn't mean I have to remember. I exhaled everything in my lungs and inhaled just as much. It smelled like dusk. The smelly, smelly smell that smells smelly. What is it, Kei-chan? It's just that I never thought the cries of the Higurashi could feel this good. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, Kei-chan? Both continued to giggle, not knowing why. I wonder what Reina is doing. I bet she's getting her fill of Rika-chan by now. She's probably in the middle of asking her over so she can treat her to dinner. It'd be great if she's able to take her home. I wonder. John is pretty good at that stuff. Yeah, I feel the same. That head petting penalty was probably from Rika-chan. I thought so too. The only one who could get away with patting his head is Rika-chan after all. Just... Oh, Rika-chan is scary. Rika is scary. Very scary small child. Just pointless chit-chat. The hot day felt like it was being cooled down by the cries of the Higurashi. You have received new tips. Community notice. Sometimes I'm a crying cicada. I know. Mood. I know the feeling. Mood. See what's with this. You notice. Say. We're greeting the end of the rainy season sooner than in prior years. On this day, when it feels like everyone will soon arrive, I'm pleased that everyone is in good health. The season for the Watanagashi is finally upon us. I believe the assistance of the town council will make this a wonderful festival. I also wish to ask for the assistance of everyone in regards to a few things. 1. Collecting bazaar goods. Look forward to a well-received Hinamizawa Grand Bazaar exhibition, holding a massive collection of excess goods and used clothing. No raw goods, please. Management, Makino Telephone Blank. Recruiting Little Festival Drum Dancers. The renowned Little Festival Drum Dancers group, known for its careful choreography, the Fu Society, is taking last-minute participants. We're looking for any showboat elementary and middle schoolers. Management, Himiyoshi, telephone number 8675309. Taking donations. We are accepting donations in multiples of 1,000 yen. For every 1,000 yen donation, you will be rewarded with a refreshment stand ticket. Management, Sonozaki. We are always taking suggestions for ways to improve the festival at all times. If you have any interest ideas, call Kimiyoshi at blank. There is a 200 yen refreshment stand ticket attached below the cut line. Alright, next chapter. A few days had passed since the incident. During that time, either Mion was busy or Rika-chan had to help with the festival preparations. We couldn't get everybody together for club activities. Even though I thought I would never want to participate again after the years it shaved off my life each time, not having it only made my heart grow fonder. I really am not honest with myself. Today, we finally had our club activities again. These weren't the same old club activities. It was called the Watanagashi 5-Demon Fire Fight, and it was one of the biggest events in the club. Keiichi, is this Yukata still festival? Oh my gosh, this means they're gonna be in kimonos. I don't know what Yukata's, sorry. Did you try it on for a second? Mom pulled out an old dusty yukata. I don't need a yukata, those are embarrassing, so just go in my normal clothes. But this is a festival, wear it, okay? Rain and the others said regular clothes are just fine. If I was the only one wearing a yukata, it'd be even more embarrassing. Put on the same old vest as usual. Going with Rain and the others. You don't need to worry about me. That's so? I'll be going with Dad when he wakes up. Dad let out a loud snore from the sofa. From how it looks, he must have pulled an all-nighter last night. He just finished sending in his manuscript. We might not wake up for a while. Seems my dad writes for art magazines sometimes too. Never read it though. I wonder if my dad is a really famous artist. Because his own son is saying something like that. I can't imagine he's selling all that well. But he's able to feed a family of 3, and my life isn't exactly full of hardships. It could be that he's some master painter, and I didn't know about it. Ding dong! Keiichi-kun, are you home? Uh-oh, it's already time. Didn't want them coming here, so I was planning on leaving early and waiting outside. My, it's Reina-chan. Thank you for always looking after Keiichi. Ma'am, he's also been looking out for me for... Are you blushing just for meeting my mom? Get all flustered. She really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Reina. Since Reina would continue to space out if I left her, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Reina-chan, look after Keiichi for me. Yes, ma'am. But if it means I must Yes, ma'am, even if it means I must sacrifice myself. Why don't you do it right now? She waved back even as I was dragging her away. Okay, Kei-chan. You hungry today? We'll take care of that at these stalls. Thought I'd let myself get knowing the club activities will involve the stalls. Oh, is no one going to be wearing a yukata? Where are Rika-chan and Satoko? They already at the temple? Yep, Rika-chan's a festival committee member after all. Satoko-chan is probably with her as well. I see, alright. Make some noise today. Yeah. We were already in high spirits with just the three of us there. It was way more lively at the Furude Shrine than the last time I came here, far exceeding my expectations. The throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colorful paper lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. There sure are lots of people here. Can't believe how they all live in Hinamizawa. Everybody attends the Watanagashi. I think about half the village is here. Not just that, municipal and youth councils from neighboring towns and villages advertise this event as well. That's right, there aren't that many students at our school, but there's a lot of kids here today. Just doesn't feel like a festival unless there's kids running around after all. It's true, I agree. Hello and good evening. These two knew everybody we came across. Of course, I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everybody yet.
It's a trap!
Oh, Reina-chan, thanks for the food you brought me a while back. My son loved it. He said it was delicious. It was nothing at all. Glad he liked it. Say hello to Kazuma-kun for me. He's... Kazuma Kiryu? Oh my gosh. Kiryu-chan. Hey, visit Sonozaki Ojo-chan. In charge of a stand again this year, so make sure you come visit. Pops, have you gotten fatter? You'll end up having a heart attack with a gut like that. Oh, this kid is yours new. One of our underclassmen? He's one of my members. An upcoming hopeful. If you cross him, he could crush your stand in one night. Got little Missy a seal of approval, I see. Hope you take it easy on me. As you could imagine, Mion was chatting away with the old guys running the stalls. Mi-chan is really energetic after all. She's really popular with the older men. I think Rena is pretty popular too, being cute and all. That was, of course, as long as her little condition didn't flare up. But as long as she's blessing quietly, she's pretty cute. I'm popular with some people? Really? Really? With some people. I evaded giving her a straight answer by roughly tossing my hair. Her hair, bleh. Stallkeepers came all the way from town. It's not really a festival without them, after all. So we're going to mess with them now? I don't care what kind of match it is, I'm going to win it. She really is. Yes, I'll try too. Hey, you're all very late. It's unacceptable to keep waiting, Keiichi-san. Oh, my bad. So where is this lady I've kept waiting? What did you say? Alright, Satoko was in top form as well. Seems she was all excited about being able to get everybody in the club together for the first time in a while. Well, Rika-chan, cute! Reina let out an elated sigh. It seemed that the real lady had made her appearance. Good evening, everyone. Aw, she's wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Good evening to Keiichi as well. Whoa, looking good. You're looking sharp again this year. Cute. Gonna take you home. Rika-chan was wearing a shrine maiden. Yeah, she goes to that body out. Scary for things that are cute. For persons that are cute. Reina's little Albert was completely understandable. Rika-chan's clothes sure look like the real deal. Is that a real shrine maiden outfit? My grandmother made them by hand. They're quite authentic. Rika-chan has an important task to do at the end of the festival. She was wearing this. I see. Rika-chan was on the executive committee because she performed all the shrine maiden rituals for the festival. My work is only during the finale of the festival, so I can still play for a while. Let's see what the original sprite looks like. Aw. Yep, still very cute. Okay, let's switch back then. Cannot afford to waste time. Let's begin. All right. It felt good to wander on the festival with just the five of us. Mion called everyone over to a stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race. Everyone has to buy their own. Ready? Go. Standard in vendor stalls. The takoyaki stand. What was especially standard for these kind of events was the fact that there were simply balls of dough, takoyaki in name only. It burns! You okay, Keiichi-kun? Have some water. My, eating those scalding takoyaki whole is suicide. I guess the trick is to buy the ready-made ones that have been left there for a while. They really don't taste good. The stall next to it was a shaved ice stand. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but right then it didn't matter. Let's do shaved ice this time. It's a shaved ice eating race. Oh, it's gonna be some major brain freeze. Ready, go. Shaved ice eating race? I can't. I guess you can melt it a bit with your body heat then. It's so cold. Not smart. This old man ordered plenty of syrup. It'll melt quickly when it's picked up. Those stooges were too late. The moment they chose to tackle it head on was their downfall. You finished. Keiichi-chan is done? That was too fast. It couldn't be. Keiichi-chan, you didn't add water from the goldfish tank behind you, did you? That can't taste very good. Oh, that's sneaky. Sneaky. Sneaky snack. Next to that was another old favorite, a cotton candy stand. Ooh, cotton candy. Why don't we do this one next? Of course, it's a speed eating contest. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? How? On Satoko's mark, Mion, Satoko, and all compressed the cotton candy with our bare hands. The time it took to stick the whole thing in our mouths? 3 seconds. Holy crap. That's the concentrated sweetness in that. Oh my gosh. I expected Satoko to figure out, but I didn't think Kei-chan would too. I can't have you treating me like I'm a newbie forever, can I? Won't taste very good. Rika-chan had also crushed it between her hands and stuck it into her mouth. This is probably the only place in Japan where people eat cotton candy like this. I think only Reina's cotton candy was happy with how it was eaten. But felt like we'd end up doing stuff like eat noodles through the nose contest, or human water pump at the goldfish scoop, at the rate things were going. This old man will probably still win too. I simply no match for Mion-san when it comes to eating repulsive things. Yeah, seriously. What's up with you guys? Telling me you don't want to have a blue Hawaii-topped yakisoba eating contest? Oh. That sounds gross. So gross. Shake. Both Satake and I shook our heads in unison. Can we have a game that doesn't fall through this time, can we? Reina's proposal was a godsend. About time we played a different type of game. It seemed that neither Reina nor Rika-chan were any good at speed eating or gorging themselves. Reina, I'll let you pick out the next game. What the heck? Yeah, they do sound like a fun bunch, honestly. Like if it, yeah. Anything is fine. Well then, going to be the judge. Find cute things on the festival grounds. We have 1 minute. Going to pick... Oh, that's easy. You would just pick up Rika. Pick up the small child. Fine by me. I know exactly what Reina likes. Right. I think I can win with that. Ready? Go! Oh, why aren't Keiichi-kun and Rika-chan starting? Why not? He grabbed Rika-chan, obviously. Mion and Satoko dashed off melee, but Rika-chan and I calmly stayed right where we were. Could it be? You've already found it, the cute thing? You've already found it. Keiichi too? Yeah. What is it? What is it? I can't wait. Both Rika-chan and I stood motionless for those few minutes before Mion and Satoko returned. This is probably the first time we've gone head-to-head like this. It will be the first. Rika-chan, you expect to win with that, huh? I am a member of this club as well. Win by any means is our society's third rule. Rika-chan sneered to the best of her ability. Iran. Both Mion and Satoko came back, each with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Okay then, let's go in order. Start with the club president, Meet-chan. Too bad you guys, I'm ending this now. This old man brought this. Where did you get those? They were old tin diamond-shaped signs. Pleb curry, snake oil incense, and ornamency. How about this? Very understated. A little too understated, Mion. Used to see those stuck on barbed wire fences. Were more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain what part of that? There were puffs of smoke, noisily shooting ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. Should be up next. It's this! Was the hand-drawn poster from the Ladies Society's roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. An anthropomorphic roasted corn drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Whip. That was the sound of blood jetting out of Reina's nose. It seemed to have been rated higher than Mion's. I really didn't get it. Feels like your artistic sense is a little avant-garde by about 5 eons. Oh, Those were nothing but mass-produced signs, after all. They had no chance against something hand-drawn. I couldn't even begin to follow the way those guys were thinking. Then I will be next. Next is Rika-chan, is it? Can't even do without anything. Did you and Satako both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply... After moving back about 10 yards, she began waddling up to Reina. Seeing that, both Mion and Satoko gasped. Oh no! Too late. Rika-chan tripped over nothing and lay motionless after falling down. Reina hurried over to her. Rika-chan, are you alright? Alright? Rika-chan had a lump on her forehead and tears welled in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out from her sleeves. This was the vital part. The palms of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She made just a single sound. Mew. Oh wow! You cute! Going to take you home. I'd completely forgotten about that. The play that I personally had to use. Mina's face went completely red. Her head bobbing back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. I'd expect no less from her. Not a single element was overlooked. Lolly, Shrine Maiden, brink of crying, Mew, it was perfect. A simple transcended into pure moe. Now this is what you call art. Kei-chan is a pretty weird definition of art. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned her gaze to me with a daunting smile as she was caressed by Reina, who was in full cute mode. Now, Keiichi, can you beat me? That cold smile is frightening, Rika-chan. Must be my imagination, but I see a demon inside her sometimes. Kei-chan seems to have his own plan of attack. I wonder what he's going to show her. Going to whip out his micro pee-pee. Like that no one would be threatened by. I'd find it cute. Or laughable, either one. Okay, that was a dumb joke. I'm gonna hang my head in shame now. Is Keiichi also going to give a performance? I basked in their pointed stares. I pulled Reina, who gave no sign of canceling out of Keepmate, away from Reina. How? Cute thing! Keiichi-kun, let go! I'll show you something even cuter, so just hold on for now. Huh? Oh, something even cuter? But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. Reina looked very surprised as I pulled her behind the shrine. I cannot fathom what Kei-chan could possibly be planning. This is Kei-chan after all. No, it couldn't be. Keep on fighting, yeah. Oh my gosh, was I right? Oh no. It's not that type of stream. For a bit I returned. And a bit after that, so did Reina, dragging her feet. No way that Skender Kei-chan. Something to innocent little Reina? Mion Stoko passed by me, heading straight to Reina. What exactly did he do to you? For a moment, Reina was too dazed to realize something was talking to her. Yeah. Kei-chan, oh. Reina, you alright? Did Kei-chan do anything to you? No, he didn't do anything strange to me, how? This is quite severe. Exactly what did Kei-chan show you? It was so cute, how? What did he show you, Reina? Reina let a really long how. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. So cute, so it's Keiichi-kun's furry little seal. Whamp womp. Wait, what? Blink of an eye, Mion and Toko's elbow smashed into my face. Huh? Oh, what? What? Showing Reina something so dirty. You sick pervert. She'll have you beaten into oblivion. Oh my gosh, I was right. Wait, you got it all wrong. Dark, billowing ire flowed from Mion and Totoko. No good. Gotta kill me. John, not sure what's going, but you've got it all wrong. Keiichi-kun had... It's a fur seal keychain. Rika-chan pulled out her hand into my pocket and pulled out my keychain. Oh, okay, that's okay, we're safe. All right. Safe. Said he made it long ago for one of his summer school assignments. He said he doesn't show it to other people because it's embarrassing. Yeah, so small and cute. He tried his best to make it. It's so wonderful. Oh, this old man thought you meant it was Keiichi's cute little fur seal. Oh, I'd expect no less from Mion-san. You misconstrue things in the wildest ways. They slung insults at each other and looked like they were ready to tear into each other at any second. I beg of you, if I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? We're entered by the flash of a camera. Hey guys, seem all energetic as usual. It was Tomitake-san. As I lay crumpled on the ground, Mion and Totoko continued to bicker above me. Ichan was patting me on the head, and Reina was still in cute mode. It's probably quite a lively scene. Fine evening indeed, though it's rather poor etiquette to photograph a lady without her permission. I do declare. That's right. At least you don't really need Satoko's permission. Hurry! Satoko dug her heel into me. Good evening. You're heading back tomorrow, aren't you? Are you able to take lots of good photos? Thanks to you, I got plenty of good shots. Tonight's the last week you can see old Tomitake-sama, isn't it? Such a shame. Hurry up and have your major breakout soon. Just as rude as ever, aren't you? Really am sad I won't be able to hear that voice of yours for almost half a year. Be sure to have as much fun as you can tonight. Be back in Tokyo tomorrow, after all. That's true. It'll be another 6 months until I can enjoy another night where I can see the stars. Tomitake-san looked up at the night sky cheerfully. That moment, even though he was smiling, I sensed a little bit of sadness. Why don't you move here, Tomitake-san? In Hinamizawa. Tomitake-san was speechless. It's not very convenient here. No shops or recreational spots. There might not be anything really here, but you know... One knew what I was trying to say. San was also well aware. So Reina, Mion, Toko, and Rika-chan, none of them butted in. I've only been here for less than a month, so I don't really know anything about it. I'm a really talkative guy, but in situations like this, I'm at a loss for words. All this was happening in such a boisterous setting. It felt like all the background noise was fading into the distance. This place is probably... Tomitake-san rested his hand on me gently, silencing me. Thank you. Keiichi-kun, Mion-chan and Reina-chan, Toko-chan and Rika-chan. Tomitake's smile was so slight, it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was warm. I also think that it would be great if I could live here. Those might have been cruel words coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed himself. A hand touched my back. It was Reina. Keiichi-kun, you shouldn't pick on adults. It's not nice. The background clamor of the festival returned. Won't be seeing him for a while, after all. We need to make sure Tomitake-san also enjoys tonight. When Reina smiled, the mood instantly got brighter. That's true. I think I'll do just that. Ah. Hey, Mi-chan. How about it? Can we let Tomitake-san in our club? in on our club activities? That's a great idea, so I thought, but Mion had a snobbish look on her face. One of the requirements for membership is residence in Himizawa, you see. Come on, Mi-chan, just for today. Don't be mean. Well, he does come around often every year. I'll make him an honorary citizen. Oh, yay! Now then, wonder if this aged fellow well past his prime will be a match for me. Let's have him show us the wisdom of a mature adult. Can you keep up? Can you keep up with us, youngins? Umitake-sen stepped back slightly at our audacious grins. Run away! Run away! I, Mion Sonozaki, club president, do hereby authorize honorary citizen Take's entry into our club. Her words were clearly drowned out by our cheers. What do you mean by our club? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities with various rules. Sometimes they are in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. Pretty weak, so I prefer you not single me out. Let's try to get along. You wish to mock our childish games, then this will be the perfect opportunity. We'll leave you with nothing. We won't even leave the hairs on your butt. Wow. So it's a club where we play games together. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made sense. Alright, just what I wanted. I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't be too rough on me, my mentors. Umitake-san got riled up and did a victory pose like he was 10 years younger. Perfect. We continued walking through the festival with Mion in the front. Now we looked like a family of 6. Had some intensity to it. Same rules as always. The loser will, of course, be subject to a penalty. Umitake was a bit surprised, but to us it was just the same as always. Regardless of how terrible a penalty it was. Just don't lose. Reina was also brimming with determination. She didn't have any intention of losing. That's true. I tousled Reina's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. See, this is what it means to feel like a kid again. Umitake-san whispered that to nobody in particular. At that moment, we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized it was the man Mion had greeted right before the festival. You're here. Well, Miss Sonozaki, seems you brought quite the crowd. Came to eradicate your entire stall. His stall was a shooting gallery. It was the usual setup where you had to knock down the prize you wanted with a cork gun. The rules are simple. 3 shots. The winner is whoever gets the biggest prize. Everyone shouted their agreement. There was no need to consider how to win. The condition for victory was simply size. The biggest prize at the stall. It went without question. It was that one, wasn't it? A teddy bear. Cute. Reina was gazing longingly at a large, stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed on an unsteady platform, so it was possible to get if you hit the right spot. It's magnificently set up to make someone think that. Not bad, Keiichi-san. I figured you would see through this scam instantly. Most logical course of action would be to aim for some candy or a doll. The intent analysis had already begun. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what plan you can come up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd had gathered around us, making a big fuss. There was this much of a following for our club's infamous event. Knocking that bear down ensures a win. Only 3 shots. Use them all. Just trying. That'd be rough. Hey, I have other customers waiting, you know. Who's up first? First one has the advantage of being able to aim for the easier prizes, but it's dangerous to compete without knowing the gun's quirks. Umitake-san's take on the situation was pretty good. He gets what our club is about. Well then, to be fair, we'll use rock, paper, scissors to decide. How about it? That's really the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. A couple of matches and in with Mion being first. Didn't want to end up first. Ah well, I'll just think of it as a handicap. Ramps, gun. Here you go. When the shooting range guy handed her a rifle, Mion looked over it intently. Didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Okay, this gun is brand new, isn't it? No faults, not bad. Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from her careful inspection. She was shooting from the hip. Fire. Reload. Fire. Reload. Fire. Flop. Flop, flop. 3 candy boxes fell, one after another. A big haul. The crowd paused in a moment of awe, then erupted in cheers. Whoa, awesome. That was quite good. Tomitake-san was at a loss for words after seeing such shooting prowess. Amazing, Mi-chan. 43. Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone after were fairly large and pretty easy to knock down. They were all targets with very high return on investment. Who's up next? Satoko? Careful, the bullets are light. Next was Satoko. The rifle looked a bit big for her lithe body, but it didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. Of course, I shall aim for the grand prize. Jair claimed that she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Satoko, such a bold move. The moment she knocks it over, she's guaranteed to be in first. Good luck, Satoko-chan. Oh, she's not gonna get it. That's their way. I doubt anyone's gonna get it. They're just gonna waste. People are gonna waste wasted bullets, I bet. But it's glued. Not necessarily glued, but something. There's gonna be something very suspicious about it, I'm sure. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. Ah, these bullets are too light. First 2 bullets struck the bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. Need to aim higher towards the head or it won't work. Toko's 3rd bullet wasn't aimed at the bear, but at the candy box below its arm. You say it, but it appears the bear is just too much for me. Went boldly after the big catch, but since she switched over to less impressive prey at last, again the crowd gave only a strained laugh. Were they laughing because she lacked the courage? These fools know nothing. Fine attempt, Satoko. You've gotten better. Palm of Mion's outstretched hands went pump. That tapped down lightly on Satoko. She appeared to be just talking hot air. This was actually completely calculated. Damn that Satoko. Just to avoid being in last place, he dared to switch over to an easy target. Without shame or honor. Magnificent. I'll allow you to take the bear, Reina-san. I pray for your victory. Okay. Thanks so much, Satoko-chan. Oh, bear is so cute. Reina was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as regular Reina, but she said that bear was cute. Wonder how Reina-chan will do. Hope she's able to hit at least one. You're underestimating Reina, Tomitake-san. It's Reina, you know. It's Reina Ryugi, you know. It was to get that teddy bear. Whoa. Tomitake wheeled around to see what all the commotion the spectators were making was about. If it was to get that bear, she'd be able to shoot through a pinhole. The one known as Reina Ryugi. Ryugu could do it. Shaking? How cute! Reina couldn't hide her excitement over the bear slow rocking. Now Reina couldn't lose. Bad Reina-san? The less collected you could become, stronger you get. Well, another big cheer. Reina's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble more than before. It might not be possible. You never know. Reina-chan's skill it might be. While Tomie-san was just excited as the crowd, Rika-chan's analysis was not swayed by emotion. If Reina had 10 more shots, then she could surely knock it over. But with just one more, no matter how you looked at it, no go. Oh! The crowd let out a dejected groan. She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It's a bit late, but they gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. I bet it's too heavy for the bullets. Period. Or for the corks. Period. Which would be a tricky way of doing it. Then people would waste their stuff on it, but... And it's not technically fixed in a way that would be identifiable. Oh, Bear-san, take him home, how? She should be praised for her valor, but she had no trophies to show for it. Then at that moment, the old man flicked one of the candy boxes with his finger and handed it to Reina. This is for you, little lady. Huh? Giving me this to me? How? The gods wouldn't forgive if I let you go home empty after such a display. There was another shower of applause. Reina turned bright red, and I pulled her back over to us by her hand. Did a good job. Cute mode really surprised me. I really wanted Mr. Bear. Wow. Easy to see. I only need a little more to be knocked over. Reina had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. Alright, then I'll get it and give it to you. What? Tomitake-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Okay. Please, Tomitake-san. Good luck. Damn you, old man, Tomitake. Stealing the good parts for yourself. A small hand stretched over and fell gently on my head just before I was overcome with frustration. You keep on fighting too, Keiichi, okay? Tomitake-san carefully studied the bear. Setting his sights, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other 2 shots in his hand. Why is he doing that? Yes, no doubt. Tomitake-san is aiming for... Whop. 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 Time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking, so Tomitake-san was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. It was visibly wobbling much more than it ever had before. But that was all. It still didn't fall over. Ah, too bad. All of Reina's momentary expectation from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. I really thought it would work. It seems that since you're a man, you will not be receiving any candy. That was it. It meant Tomitake had no spoils of war. So both Kei-chan and Rika-chan can just shoot down a small, easy prize and avoid being last. Avoid being the loser, huh? Sorry about that. It's your turn next, Keiichi-kun. Best of luck. I was the 5th shooter. I took the rifle from Tomitake-san. If I took the ruthless route, as Mion had suggested, then I'd go for a small target. It was misfortunate for them, for Keiichi had much experience from being the 2nd gunman on the grassy knoll. Except, when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feeling from it. It was burning passion. Passed down to me by Tomitake-san. The regret of not being man enough to fell the bear that Reina wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man. After all, that was my promise to Reina. Huh? A promise? What? To shoot down that bear and give it to Reina, that one. You mean how? The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. Woo! Cool, Oni-chan. Got balls, man. Not it. Fine, men of the crowd. If I didn't do this, then Reina might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. Oh my god. Public service announcement: do not mug old people because you did not win a stuffed animal from their stall. That is my public service announcement for the night. Don't do that, kids. That's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? Ichi-san surely talks the talk. How'd you actually intend to bring down the bear? Rain and Tomitake-san Shans did make it tilt a bit, but I think finishing the job will be difficult. Ichi-kun. Only there was some way to shoot faster. Be able to apply more power on the sway from each hit. Luck, Keiichi-kun. After taking 2 deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy. 2 more rifles. Huh? Crowd murmured amongst themselves. Wonder what Keiichi-san is up to. Oh, he's gonna shoot them all at once. Because it's just 3 shots. You don't necessarily like... Ah, clever. Clever girl. One person can't handle 3 rifles at once. I get it. Nice thinking, Kei-chan. Mion was able to figure out it magnificently. Basically, what was taking the most time was reloading the shot. Oh no, he's going to switch it out. Oh, okay, he's going to reload them all. And then just pick them up. Okay. By putting 3 preload rifles next to each other, that was a little bit kind of dumb. I should have... Tomitake-san went silent, peering at me and the bear through the lens. His photographer's blood predicted a miracle will occur. And then the crowd finally picked up on what I was planning. I let out a great cheer. They chanted my name, Keiichi. Rapid fire is the key. If I miss, all is for naught. For letting out a deep breath, I paused. Relax. Now. That moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. Felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets. Hit it, and knock it down. First shot hit the bear on its head. Second. Third. The bear swayed hard. And then... Woo! Yeah! Woo! The cheers began before the stuffed animal even finished falling off the shelf. The guy cut it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. You actually knocked it over. You got me. Amazing. Congratulations, Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-san has finally learned how to use his head. I see you in a slightly better light now. Didn't do it all by myself. Everyone hit it. Those small bits together brought it down. This trophy belongs to all of us. Right, this is from all of us working together. We didn't hit it a single time. We were holding up the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy. I handed it to Reina. Here, this is from me. No, from everyone. Thanks for always making your delicious lunches. Reina, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. Keiichi-kun, this is everyone's after all, how? In that case, I was the one who knocked it down, and it's mine. Mine, so I'm giving it to Reina. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. This time, she embraced and accepted it. You've watched out for me ever since I moved here, after all. I'm really grateful, you see. Thanks a lot. Aw, this is a nice moment. Ow! Ichi-kun! Thanks so much! Reina dove at me. Mion told me a few days later that Reina kissed me, but I didn't realize it during all the excitement at the time. I remembered what I was trying to say to Tomitake-san earlier. There really isn't much of anything here, but there are lots of things you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot from coming to Hinamizawa, especially at that moment. Crowd cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up in front of the shrine, the drums sounded with a booming echo. It was the finale of the festival. I'll be going off ahead then. Uh-oh. I need to go and give myself a good spot, too. Well, then everyone see you in a bit. Both Rika-chan and Tomitake-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. Wish both of you the best in your endeavors. Now, shall we be off? Yeah, might as well go see Rika-chan's charming figure. Let's go. Yeah. Huh? Where's Reina? What are you doing? Keiichi-kun, Mii-chan, save me! And she was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal. She was being followed. She was being carried by the flow of people. What is she doing? She must have had her hands full taking care of that bear. I'll leave Reina in your chan, Kei-chan. I have my hands full taking care of Satoko. Who would want to be looked after by you, Mion-san? Please don't pull my arm. After losing sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Reina's collar. Keiichi-kun, not there, don't grab me there. Please, so bossy. Where can I grab then? How? I didn't feel ashamed at all. Reina was ashamed enough for the both of us. I grabbed onto Reina's hand and dashed after Mion and the others. Gonna be late. Let's hurry up. Yeah. I hadn't realized Reina's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, keep it together, Keiichi Maibara, in my mind, but it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Reina to see my face right then, so I pushed onwards, dragging her along without looking back even once. There were already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it as bright as midday and just as hot. There was a pile of futons warded with sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say it was a festival where they did something with the cotton and the futons. Keiichi-san, Reina-san, over here. Toko waved her hand from the front row. I'm so sorry. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they'd saved. How was it we're able to get a little bit of excitement with Reina? You punk. So that's what your plan was. Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. How was it, Reina? Was Kei-chan's hand bigger than you thought it would be? Ow! Reina turned bright red, puffs of steam shooting out of her. I heard something slice through the air. I turned around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. Mion, when were you hit? Between the ha and o of our how, I think. Reina, it's not good to punch your friends to hide your embarrassment. But what about when they deserve it? I didn't hit her. Whatever, how? Thump. The junior's beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd. Must all be quiet, it's beginning. It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the municipal committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was the flash of Tomitake-san's camera. It's a big thing Rika-chan is holding. A hoe that's used for this festival. It's a sacred farming tool that only the shrine maiden may touch. It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached the pile of futons gathered at the altar. He swung the hoe skillfully, plowing it into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was a ritual. What's next? Airing out futons? These purifying futons that absorbed illnesses from people over the winter. When Kei-chan said airing out futons, he wasn't completely wrong. Reiki-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending her support. Worried? You practice every single day with the mochi hammer. You will certainly prevail. Satoko's hands were sweaty. Wherever Rika-chan started to sway low, she held her breath. Why was it me on a candidate to be the Shrine Maiden? Feels wrong having Rika-chan swing around something so heavy. Do it if they ask me, you know. Well, not something just anyone can do. It's true, Shrine Maidens need to be pure after all. Kirk. Mion drove her elbow into my side. The thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priest had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priest, we all marched on at a moderate pace. They descended in the shrine's gate stairs in a line. What's happening now? Washing the futons in the river? Haha! Onikakushi means setting cotton adrift, you know. The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. A fire was stoked high and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring. Alright, get in line. Line up, Keiichi-kun. Wonder what was up. Maybe we'd get some holy wine? Red and white bean buns? Ha ha ha. Not food. I said it was cotton. But of course, he didn't call it the Wachingashi for nothing. Finally understood. Missile committee members pulled out the cotton from inside the futons and balled it up like mochi, handing it out to people. Reina dove into the line and spread out some for me as well. We then proceeded to the bank of the stream. Since it's your first time, Keiichi-kun, just copy what I do. She held the cotton in her right hand and waving her hand as if to purify it, she touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. You do this 3 times and silently give thanks to Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama? What's that? The name of the shrine's god? Yes, it's the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. It brings about both miracles and curses. You must be sure to show respect. It sounded like a pretty frightening god. But, well, when in Rome, I was officially a resident of Hinamizawa now, after all. Knowing as Reina showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Orishiro-sama. Thank you, Orishiro-sama. Thank you, Orishiro-sama. This way, all the evil that possesses you was sucked out by the cotton. Then you let it gently drift away on the stream, and you're done. Together, Reina and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers of cotton blooming in the water had sucked out all the evil festering in Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was wonderful, like those floating lantern festivals I'd seen on TV. The best part, though, was feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Reina. I wasn't very lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live, my home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomitake-san's. I headed towards it. How did it go, Tomitake-san? Were you able to get some good shots? Yeah, fortunately. Tomitake-san was with a girl. It felt a little like I was intruding. How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? The way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. What was her name? It was fun. My face must have given away how desperate I was trying to remember her name, because she gave a light-hearted chuckle. It's probably because Hasn't been long since you moved here. It's pretty hard to believe, seeing how friendly you've gotten with the other kids. That's how it looked. It was probably all thanks to Reina and Mion. Perhaps you feel more like a resident of Hinazawa after taking part in the festival today. I wonder about that. That's not like you. I tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there were still plenty of things I didn't know. Faces of people I'd met, for example. Things that happened in the past as well. Oh, feeling left out because of something like that? Not so much just feeling left out. Just I'm not sure how to say it. Incident at the dam construction site. The fighting over it and other conflicts. A terrible incident they pretended they didn't even know about whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both the good and bad that had happened here. If it will put you at ease, then I'll tell you everything I know. Mixaki signs made me more relieved than I'd ever been. It's hard to think of what to ask when someone said, "Ask me anything," though. Even when there was so much I wanted to ask. Could you tell me about what happened when the dam was being constructed? There's a big incident where Hinamizawa was going to be submerged, right? I think the locals would be more knowledgeable about the dam than I. Well, if you don't mind, I'll tell you what I know. Only what I read in the newspaper, though. Mutake-san's eyes entered on an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke. The decision to start the dam project was finalized 7 or 8 years ago. I heard it was the next major project after Kurobe. There were 3 major issues in Japan at that time. Improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the higher demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, but was singled out. The dam reservoir would have covered quite a lot of ground when it was completed. The entire area, right up to Gigauchi, way upstream, would be underwater. But why did they have to pick a popular area like Hinamizawa? Couldn't they have instead picked a place where nobody lived? Not really sure why, but I heard that it was just the right terrain for building a dam. Of course, there were protests here in Hinamizawa. Reika-chan had said there was a battle. From that choice of words, I had to guess things had turned violent. There was a trial, and it was even brought up before the national diet. It was covered in the Tokyo newspapers, too. Miana told me all about that as well. Every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. A feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. As a result, robbery and scandals were brought to light. Things got more and more complicated. They eventually halted construction. I wanted to know. Now was my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I felt a little shame from the fact I was petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Reina and Mion's refusal to talk about the event. But I figured I might as well ask since I had the chance. Just so I would stop thinking about it so much. So there was a dismemberment, right? There was. It happened to be in Hinamizawa at the time. So I remember it well. Mitaki's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitantly forced-out question. It was about this time, 4 years ago. It was the day of the Wachanagashi, if I recall correctly. Debate on whether to continue the construction on the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided their remains into 6 pieces and each hid one. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but 1 was still on the run. The right arm he'd hidden had yet to be found. Major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I'd read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it wasn't so terrible that Reina and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression of Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who so worried about me, as well as shame for still being so interested in it. Near the end of all the trouble with the dam, you see, everyone was saying that was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that had held the festival today, if I recall correctly. See, the guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa. Apparently, the younger ones didn't think so, but it seems the elderly in the village never doubted that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman within Tomitake-san said with a mischievous chuckle. Tomitake-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious, I ended up laughing as well. But I wonder about now. There are quite a few, I think. Amongst the youth, too. A few what? People who believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expression turned stern. Then after that, it continued every year. Always around this time. Continued? What continued? Tomitake-san paused for a second as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me as if someone might have been listening. Every year, on the day of the Wachanagashi, somebody dies. The year following the dismemberment, on the day of the Wachanagashi, a man from Hinamizawa, who had supported the dam, fell off a cliff overlooking some rapids and died while he was on vacation. Unfortunately for his wife, the body was never recovered. He supported the dam construction even though he lived in Hinamizawa. At the time, there were whispers amongst the elderly saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman chuckled mischievously again. Then the next year, the night of the Wachanagashi, the shrine's Shinto priest died suddenly from an unknown illness. His wife drowned herself in the bog that night. Shrine Shinto priest? Meaning was from the shrine here? The woman nodded. There was a rumor amongst the villagers that they weren't able to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Then the year after that, again on the night of the Wachanagashi, they discovered the battered body of a local housewife. Until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam or who had connections with Oyashiro-sama. With that in mind, the housewife have been involved in some way too? Exactly. The woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. One of the victim's relatives, you see, was connected to the younger brother of the dam supporter who fell to his death 2 years before. The younger brother is still alive, it seems, but it did bother him quite a bit, so he moved to the neighboring town. For a while, I stood there with my mouth agape, the battle over the dam construction, with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murder at the center of it all. That was all I knew. That was all I wanted to ask about. That wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illness, suicide, fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses, but freakish deaths happened every year on the day of the Wachanagashi. All of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as coincidences by themselves. When you put them all together, dismissing them all of them as a coincidence would then defy logic. I don't believe in curses, but every single year on the day of the Wachanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen without fail. The woman chuckled again, as if she picked up on what I was thinking. Felt like she was saying, maybe there was, maybe we frightened him. Stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being read so easily. I pressed Tomitake-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my tone. Then, will someone die the next year, right? Was it that time? I wonder. What do you think, Keiichi-kun? The hell? The way he said it didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off. Don't avoid the question, I'm serious here. Hey, calm down, Keiichi-kun. Royce when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking. We aren't trying to avoid the question, Keiichi-kun. It's just, when you say the next year, that's today. She hesitated to say it. Tomitake-san finished for her. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction this was headed. Nobody wants to speak of it. They all think it's going to happen again tonight. The festival was so cheerful, though. Well, the victim last year, the housewife, she was a non-believer. Turns out she didn't even attend the Onikakushi festival. There's a rumor going around that if you didn't participate in the festival, you would incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. Didn't you hear anything about this, Keiichi-kun? Never even heard a whisper of that rumor. Then the reason everyone was at the festival was they were afraid of the curse? I fear that must have been the reason. There were a lot more people at the Onikakushi than usual. I guess everyone was just afraid after all. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Put it under a single word. In this modern age, where we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light onto the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white television has been eradicated and we've sent men to the moon. Even with all of our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society? Tons of invitations were sent out to neighboring towns' youth groups to help pad the numbers. But after that string of events, few decided to join. The municipal committee members were complaining about how hard it was to gather participants. Also, the police are treating each case as isolated. They don't believe they're connected. They're trying to keep it quiet, so it's all plainclothes officers. It finally began to dawn on me why Reina and Mion were reluctant to talk. If nothing happened during this Onikakushi, everything would have been over with, and I'd be none the wiser. If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would all end up being just crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have had to act like nothing happened. And we would have all gotten back to life as usual. Maybe it was just too much for him after all. One ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. No, it wasn't. Not at all. I had tried to act strong. That just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I'd looked, Tomitake-san appeared to regret saying anything. Laying a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. Ichi-chan, surely you don't believe in such things as curses. Oh, no. If the causes of all crimes were unknown, with the perpetrators and their methods all mysteries, then I would think it's the work of a curse. That's not how things are in reality. Police are investigating the evidence and suspects to uncover the truth. Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. Perfect for repelling the word curse. First one, the dismemberment, for example. I told you, didn't I? All but one of the perpetrators were arrested. Only a matter of time for the last one. The motive turned out to have been an argument they had while intoxicated. It's no curse. Don't you agree? That was true. If it didn't happen on the day of Watanashi, I wouldn't think it was related to the curse after all. The accidental death of the man who supported the dam is the same. He was in a position that made others hate him. The police made a point of investigating from that angle. They concluded it was an accident, not foul play. But they both happened on the day of the festival, right? Just think about it, Keiichi-kun. Do you think people with a lot of enemies here in Hisawa could participate easily in a local festival? It would be especially hard for them to be around during the Watanashi. They probably left Hinamizawa intentionally around this time of year to travel, don't you think? Wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitake-san was getting at. Well, I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Then, Tomitake-san, what about the priest who died after that? The one with the unknown illness? That also happened on the day of the festival. Even easier to explain what happened to the Shinto priest. The Watanashi is a really big event that happens once a year. It's probably from all the built-up stress, or it may have been because of a pre-existing condition. But it was an unknown illness. It's hard to believe something with an unknown cause could exist with all our advances in medicine. It's just an exaggeration. We're just making rumors. Anyone would get worked up over having incidents happen 2 years in a row. Sudden death is quite unnatural, though. Of course, the police ordered an autopsy because of the strange way he died, but there wasn't enough for them to open a full investigation, you know? Turns out it was just a sudden death due to illness. The priest's wife committed suicide, correct? How about that? I believe I already explained that. Everyone was shaken up by the incidents happening for a third year. Those who are strong faith were quick to believe it was the work of a curse. Of course, that included the priest's wife. Apparently, they found a suicide note that said something like, "My death will quell Oyashiro-sama's anger." And how about the next incident with the housewife? It happened on the day of the Watanashi, too. The perpetrator has already been caught, and the case has been closed. Turns out it was just some nut job trying to continue the legacy of the Hinamizawa curse. Then, how about the incident next year? Oh yeah, this year is the next year. Tomitake-san gave a hearty laugh. Nothing will happen. Not this year. There was never a curse to begin with. It's just that a group of people believed it was the explanation for a string of coincidences. My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt embarrassed by how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I can see very clearly now that Keiichi-kun really does love Hinamizawa. Even if Oyashiro-sama's curse actually did exist, Keiichi-kun couldn't bring himself to believe that such a thing existed. I felt really relieved. I should probably just forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rain and Mion tomorrow with the same smile as always. I'd probably also like tonight to end without incident. They can continue on tomorrow without having worried me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening and stretched as she got up from the rocks was sitting on. Well then, I should be getting back. Goodness, I think I may have gone on a bit too long. There were so few people compared to the crowd from before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed we talked for the better part of an hour. Can you come along with your friends, Keiichi-kun? Not going to look for them? Yeah, they might all be looking for me. You're quite the scoundrel making the girls look for you. See you, Keiichi-kun. Have a nice night. You too, Jiro-san. I'll see you a bit later. Taki seems to be quite the scoundrel himself, though his name is Jiro. She's dusting off her backside. She disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Keiichi-kun, so sorry. In her place, Reina came running over. I could see all the others behind her. If the devil. My bad, Kei-chan. Got so caught in our discussion, I completely forgot about them. All caught up in my own conversations. We were even. My bad, Kei-chan. Hi, so Tomitake-san was with you. This works out perfectly. Still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. That's right, so I guess I'm gonna end up dead last. FN chat. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all three shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitake-san. However, she did her little mewing cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser quite magnificently. Come to think of it, Rika-chan is quite the trickster. I have no idea what Keiichi-chan is talking about. Now then, it's decided that Tomitake-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitake-san smiled wryly, slightly bewildered. So, Tomitake-san, are you ready? Penalty time. Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're too naive, Tomitake-san. This is why our club can never lose. Mion pulled a felt-tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that. Show him some mercy, Mion. At least use a washable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. It just has to be permanent. It comes off when you do the laundry anyway. What is this? Please take it easy on me. All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with the marker in one hand. And squip, squip, squip. She didn't write on Tomitake-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You'd better have your big break this year, Mion. Reina took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? Reina. Aw. A little heartwarming, and I just had to laugh. More like a farewell card than a penalty. I'm not so soft as the rest. I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Haha, dead last, Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika. Here you go, Kichi-san. I'm gonna decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again. Ichi. Tomitake-san was silent the entire time. At first, he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. So I have to wear this all the way back to Tokyo as part of my penalty? Of course, you'd better wear it all the way home. Haha, you could wear it when you come back. Would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with the wealth of other emotions made him turn a bright red. Understood. I'll wear this the next time I come here. I promise. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tomitake-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomitake-san noticed her too and knew it was time to leave. Seems like your guest is waiting. Isn't about time? Yeah, that's certainly how it seems. Tomitake-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tomitake-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. It was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we took off too. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members, since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. The walk back was quite lively with the talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Ray and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. When we got to my house, and I parted ways with Rain as well. Already pretty late. Are you alright by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm going to run, too. You run into some weirdo, just yell. If someone does come, you come and save me? Maybe? Maybe? I hear you. Oh, okay. I'll scream loud enough so you can hear me. Merrily spinning her arms around at high speed, Reina dashed off. She was fine. In that moment, not even an adult could stand against her. Reina's cheerful presence disappeared, and it finally became quiet again. The curse that not a single person even whispered about. The more I learned about tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show on any of their faces. They were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up being just crazy talk. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad at all. Wrong, Keiichi. Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside. You'll catch cold. It was my mom. Did you go, Mom? The Onikakushi festival? Again, your father didn't wake up. So I missed it. A little disappointing. Mom stuck her tongue out with a bit of an embarrassed look on her face. You received new tips. Mr. and Mrs. Hojo's falling incident, the terminal illness death of Shinto... Okay, apparently on each of the... on the deaths. Save. End of chapter 6. Okay. Alright, we've definitely gone on for a good time. I better do a backup save. Why? Because I'm crazy. Yes, I am sure. Alright. Yeah, we will find someone to raid. Let me see who is on. Oh. How long was I frozen? Oh, wait. I wasn't frozen? Okay, the end of my camera is acting up. All right. Well, folks can hear me. That's the important thing. So we can write out. All right. All right. Who do we have? Who do we have? Um. Let's see. Okay, Bitsbops is on, and it says they're currently just chatting. Let's design our chat mascot together. Ooh, sounds interesting. Well, it's been a while since we've been able to get them right, so we'll give them a raid. Oh, thank you very much for the head pet. All right. Set up. We will do a raid. Let me put up our. I will give a version of our raid message for subscribers and none. Say hey. What's going on? Okay. So here's that subscriber version, and here's a version non-subscriber to use. And so yeah, thanks again. I will be continuing this. I'm thinking maybe Friday. Picking up that I'll do something tomorrow. I think probably we'll continue a bit with Yakuza. But because it has been a while. I don't know, maybe cold. Anyway, y'all have a great night or day, depending on what your time zone is. And thank you so much. And now let's show Bitsbop some love. And good night.